War Thunder, the military online action game, has received this year's.
How often, friends, do you see you?
For the truth.
Give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me! You will never win, never again, my people ready for anything! No more secrets, no more lies, open your eyes, can you hear me? Destruction of the corporate corruption, feel my aggression now! The time has come, we are the ones we bring to pain! Nothing will ever be the same, it's judgment day and it's time to pay! We lead the way, we forward go, you can't stop the flow, you can't stop us now, it's the love you show! The family grows, you reap what you sow! Truth is rising! Is rising! Is rising! Is rising! Give me that truth, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, get it true, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, get it true, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, get it true, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, give me the truth! This fire will burn everything inside! Stand up and fight for your rights! No rest for the wicked when John Red spit it, my people never forget it now! It's all over, you're out of time, the world is mine, can you hear me now? We're taking over, it's murder, so feel my aggression now! The time has come, we are the ones we bring the pain, I'm tired of bad news, the doom and gloom, my niggas in the White House, so fuck yeah! Nothing will ever be the same, it's judgment day and it's time to pray! Menina loca, la cosa nostra, bla sua boca! Is rising! Is rising! Is rising! Is rising! Give me that truth, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, get it true, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, get it true, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, get it true, the whole truth! Nothing but the truth, get it true!
The secret government will continue in a few moments.
This image is of the painting and the disciples to the left of Jesus. Notice that the tablecloth has a pattern on it and all the food is visible. The bread looks very fresh. It appears to be a fish on the platter, perhaps another piece of meat on the plate to the right. All the disciples have small bowl-shaped cups. To the right of Jesus is Bartholomew at the end standing. John on the far right and Judas seated next to him. It is John that is being suggested as Mary Magdalene by many authors. I feel that this is truly the case after all the analysis. Here we can see one disciple with his hand like a knife across Mary Magdalene's throat. Like a knife. This is a sign of the first degree of masonry. It means you would rather have your throat slit than reveals his secrets. Judas is seated next to her. He is looking up at something. His right hand is grabbing for a piece of bread and his right hand grabs a money bag. Behind and emerging from behind him is a hand clutching a trowel. Or a butter knife. The hand belongs to no one as it can be Mary's as. It is too far away and it does not seem to be anyone else's either. It seems as if Mary is being threatened not to reveal her secret. Mary here appears very feminine, and she has a woman's eyelashes. The disciple too. Her right appears to be telling her a secret while threatening her at the same time. Judas listens intently. Above Bartholomew's head is what appears to be a chalice on the wall, but perhaps even more astonishing is the fact that there is a man's head and shoulders on the wall as well. His mouth is just above the chalice and his nose is in alignment with the centerline of the cup. Both his eyes are clearly visible, the rest of his head and shoulders are faintly outlined on the wall. He may be wearing a hood. He has a sort of half-smile expression on his face. The chalice in the modern Grail Mysteries represents the womb of Mary Magdalene, who was carrying Christ's child at the time of his crucifixion. Some say that Joseph of Arimathea spirited her away to the south of France, or perhaps even to England. This image takes the corners of the roof as the base lines, and it shows how the line passes through Jesus' right eye. The all-seeing eye of Masonry. The eyes of the three disciples on the far left line directly up with Jesus' eyes. Mary, the disciple who threatens her, and Judas are all under the line. It would seem that the disciple second to the left of Jesus is Thomas, as he has a doubting look on his face and he looks similar to Jesus, being called Didymus, or the twin. His face is in a small triangle all by itself. The angle at which Mary sits is used to make the cross below the table which frames Thomas's face. These are crosses of St. Andrew, the patron saint of Scotland, where were the origins of Masonry. This image shows the sightlines of various features in the painting. The lines are drawn according to where the fingers point. The disciple to Jesus' right has his finger pointing straight up, the sign for the first degree of Egyptian Masonry. The disciples to the right of Jesus all point to Jesus' right eye, as does the finger slicing across Mary's throat. The disciple to the right of the one threatening Mary points right to Jesus' heart, and the two lines form the cross of St. Andrew on Mary's throat. If we take a point at the plumb line from the disciple pointing upwards across Thomas' fingertip to the left, it points straight to Jesus' mouth. The word Judas is not listening to Jesus as he seems engrossed in his own concerns. Does his duplicity lie in his knowledge of Jesus and Mary? The line pointing to Jesus' heart goes right through Judas' eyes. Now we rework the circles and the lines and triangle, and we have what appears to be a rendition of the Giza plain with its three pyramids. Jesus forms the great pyramid. The triangle around Mary would be Khufu's, and there is a third small pyramid with the knife at its center. The makings of very good mystery story. In fact, however, the square of the is slightly offset to Jesus' right and the line goes down his right cheek. He looks down and to the left, the traditional positions of Jesus' head when he died on the cross. If we now superimpose the plumb lines at center on Jesus' right eye, we get the full Masonic symbol with the G in the center starting from Jesus' right eye, and the square at the bottom starts at the left at the top right corner of the chalice, and then down to the bottom of the painting where it intersects with the plumb line from Jesus' eye, and then proceeding at 90 degrees to the top right of the picture. If we examine Khufu's pyramid, it has a problem. The angle is too shallow. It is at 45 degrees, rather than the normal 52 degrees. This makes the top, however, to be a 90-degree angle. This may symbolize that Mary Magdalene is the foundation of the Masonic order. In Masonry, everything is centered upon God rather than Jesus. Da Vinci seems to be turning this all upside down, represented by the checkerboard pattern being on the roof rather than the floor. The painting may his way of showing displeasure at the Masons for keeping it all secret, and it is his way of him revealing their secrets without getting murdered. Da Vinci died in 1519, over 200 years before the official start of the Scottish Rite in London. The Scottish Rite has always had royalty as its Grand Master. 1519 was also 100 years before Kepler published his Harmony of the World, which geometricizes nature. Kepler was the head of the music department at Tübingen University, where modern Rosicrucianism began with the publication of Christian Rosenkreuz and the Chimical Wedding. The motto of the Masons is, God geometrizes. In this image the back wall sightlines have been removed and we use Mary Magdalene's eyes as the sightline for the caps of the pyramids. We also take the tangents from the circle at 45 degrees from the bottom axis, and then we take the line from where Mary's pyramid intersects with Jesus' pyramid, and when we emphasize the pyramid lines with the new lines we get the Giza Plateau with a Star of David over the Great Pyramid of Jesus. Da Vinci seems to be revealing a crime here hidden in the creation of the order itself, and he returns Jesus to his rightful place as the source of light rather than the worshipful master of the lodge. The pyramids state the claim by both the Rosicrucians and the Masons that it began in Egypt. Alexandria, Egypt is where Mark historically set up his secret school, giving his disciples a golden cross with a rose on the axis symbolizing Sub Rosa. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. The Star of David represents Jesus' role as King of Israel and King of the world. For Masonry, God is not an active participant in the world, but rather is the great clockmaker. He sets the universe in motion and then lets it play out. The architect, rather than the king of the world. Deism. In deism, God made all the laws at the beginning of the universe and has no further interaction. As a king, God rules with justice and can change it all as he pleases. Many are the plumb lines in the painting, as are the square and the compass. The trowel may be the butter knife held in a hand coming from nowhere. I can find no rough ashlar and no tassel, which may indicate that Leonardo had no connection to the order. In this final image we have the Star of David, the Giza Plateau and the lines from the cup. If we take the line from the ghost image of the man above the chalice's mouth right at the center line of the cup, to the point of the Magdalene pyramid and onwards to the center line of the Star of David, it is right on Jesus' heart. The cup is dear to Jesus' heart and is then the bloodline of the King of Israel, his progeny. Does this all mean that Jesus had a child with Mary Magdalene? We cannot tell from this. Did Leonardo believe that he did? That too is uncertain. It seems rather that he sought to expose the secrets of the Masons in such a way that it would not get him killed, and that he thought the fact that the order was keeping these secrets was a crime. If the true bloodline of Jesus was intact, then Leonardo may have felt it should be remade, and that the illegitimate kings of Christendom would have to bow to their true and rightful king, who was of the royal bloodline of Jesus Christ. The Sangreal. It may too be that Chrétien in his original telling of the quest for the Holy Grail was presenting Masonic secrets in a different way over 300 years before in 1190. The Grail was considered a bowl or dish when first described by Chr. Chantedois. There, it is a processional salver, a tray used to serve at a feast. We see a silver platter in front of Jesus. In the late 12th century, Robert de Boron wrote in Joseph de Arimathea that the Grail was Jesus's vessel from the Last Supper, which Joseph of Arimathea used to catch Christ's blood at the crucifixion. That would indicate that the ghost man on the wall was Joseph of Arimathea. Was then the Grail a cup that caught Jesus' blood? The Sangreal or the womb of Mary Magdalene? In Chrétien's incomplete poem, dated sometime between 1180 and 1191, the object has not yet acquired the implications of holiness it would have in later works. While dining in the magical abode of the Fisher King, Perceval witnesses a wondrous procession in which youths carry magnificent objects from one chamber to another, passing before him at each course of the meal. First comes a young man carrying a bleeding lance, then two boys carrying candelabras. Finally, a beautiful young girl emerges bearing an elaborately decorated grail, or grail. Is the beautiful young girl the one seated at Jesus' right hand? Is it Mary Magdalene? Da Vinci leaves us with a very great mystery, and a far greater one than any scholar has presented before with this masterpiece, The Last Supper. Much more analysis of the painting is required to ferret out any other hidden details and their meanings, as I know there are still several secrets to be revealed. One last very interesting item is derived from another painting, The Grail Castle, by Hans Thoma. In 1899. The painting is obviously of the Cathars castle where they made their last stand against the Crusaders. The Cathars have long been considered to be the defenders of the Grail.
Trigger. If you mess with us, then you just might get triggered. This is why we are feeling like we want all your money. This is our letter to you, and don't you dare try to fool us, cause you just might get played, and just might even get triggered. Oh, it's making sense now we're going global. Now if you decide to make Ram Jams hate you, then you just might get triggered. That's right, we want all of your money on Ram Jams Live, playing guitars, and all of you trolls can get the middle finger. We are as free as the bird, giving our video dislikes. Does it look like we give a damn? We are the creators and stamina beastly, and we are feeling so aggravated the moment you open your mouth. Say something negative if we are on tour with my brother Ram. Seeking for talent, then you could probably take the chance of being the winner inside of a contest. Wrecking this beat, you know that I'm walking with tech-native beats. Salute to my brother, and we are killing it now. The ultimate power of domination is about to erupt. Oh, are the Ram Jams trolls getting jealous? Hate all you want, but it still doesn't change the fact that you are feeling triggered. If you mess with us, then you just might get triggered. This is why we are feeling like we want all your money. I'll let it you, and don't you dare try to fool us, cause you just might get played, and just might even.
Haha, what's up everybody? Yes, and we are back live, talking some shit, pissing off some people, and well, quite frankly, really, we just don't give a fuck, because I don't do what the fuck I'm told. I don't do what the fuck is legal. I don't do what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I do what the fuck I want, as everybody else should. I'm living my life. I don't know how to live your life. I don't know how to live you. I don't know how to be you. I don't want to be like you. I want to be me. And the only way I know how to do that is to be me. That being said, I've been thinking, I've had a lot of food for thought recently. oftentimes, how many times have we heard alcoholism referred to as a sickness, an illness? How many times have we heard drug addiction referred to as an illness? This just doesn't make no fucking sense. How can it be an illness? When if I'm outside and somebody's beside me walks up beside me who's sick and coughs on me, and now I get sick, that's an illness. I didn't do nothing wrong. They just they coughed on me. Now, if I actively, willfully make a determination that I want to do something that at some point serves as a detriment to my, or diminishes otherwise my quality of life, that's a choice that I've made. I'm not sick. I did that. I made that decision. I made that choice. Oh, sorry about that, dropping stuff. Now, what's got me on this topic is because I guess I've been pissing off some of the local degenerate drug culture. You see, addicts like to use their perceived illness as a fucking excuse. They like to use it as a crutch. They like to say, well, I'm a piece of shit, but it's acceptable. I can live with my guilt because I'm sick. I'm not really a piece of shit. I'm just sick. It's an illness, Bullshit. They use this as an excuse. Rather than, you want to get high, fine, fuck it, get high. But when your drugs and your choices with your drugs start affecting your ability to maintain at least a livable quality of life, you're fucking up. And that's your fault. Entirely your fault. And you own all of the accountability and all of the responsibility for that fuck up. But they don't like to hear that. Because that, that makes the guilty conscience kick in. They start feeling bad. Well, I'm sick. You can't call me a piece of shit. I'm not a piece of shit. I'm sick. Yeah. And it's sad, too, because it is their fault. They've made this choice. I think about all of this because I can only deduce that some of the problems that I've experienced as of late are the indirect result of bringing some of the weak-minded fucks around me and their ill-mannered behaviors to light. It's like if you were in the inner city at nighttime and you flip on a light and you see all the cockroaches scurrying and shit. That's what it reminds me of. I'm gonna send some of these out on Google Hangouts right quick, so bear with me, folks. I'm gonna try to see if I can get some. I've got to make sure I had a certain list that I was supposed to get this video, this live today out to, and I need to do that while I'm still alive. That way, if there are any questions, concerns, comments, or anything that needs to be addressed live, we can take care of that. Because transparency is good. Lay the fucking cards on the table. Be about your fucking shit. Own it. You want to talk some shit? Own it. Stand behind your fucking words. You want to go out here and you want to do deeds, whether they're good, bad, or otherwise? Own them motherfuckers. Be accountable. Be responsible for the person that you are. Stop trying to manipulate and dictate the world around you. Instead, worry about your own fucking ass. And if you got a problem with somebody or something, then fucking address it directly. But to be all fucking underhanded and go behind their back with this he said, she said bullshit. To go behind their back and fuck up their personal property. Go behind their back and attack their quality of life. Go behind their back and kill their animals. That's just fucking, that's repulsive. That's repulsive. And that's the type of mentality and the types of actions that are just, they're not tolerable. They're not tolerable. And I've been experiencing a lot of that lately, and shit, it should be addressed. I mean, we shouldn't just keep putting up with the shit. Should not just keep putting up with it. Some weak-minded fucks have been given an excuse that they use entirely too much. The problem isn't me. The problem with my ill-mannered behavior is because I'm sick. I get high, so that makes me sick. And since I'm sick, I get to use it as an excuse to fuck up my entire world. And everybody else's world, which is in either directly or indirectly in association with my world. That's just fucked up. If it were true, if there were truth to that, then everybody in a similar circumstance would do the same thing. I, however, don't. And it pisses them the fuck off. Because the bare sight of me, my existence, completely exposes their bullshit excuse for what it truly is. A bullshit fucking excuse. This is in reference to those that I'm speaking directly to. They know who they are. And for the rest of you, everything I'm saying is, it is truthful. It does come from the heart. And hey, look here. If you don't like my fucking perception, turn your fucking YouTube to a different channel. Because frankly, I just don't give a fuck. I'm not here to do you. I'm not here to support you. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not here for none of that shit. I'm me doing me. And I hope that you are doing you. Fucking pussyfooting around the real thing is a problem. Telling the truth should be acceptable. But when we start attacking the truth, what's really going on? What the fuck is really wrong with that picture? When loyalty is discouraged, what the fuck is wrong with that picture? And when we make fucking exemptions for those whose moral compass is so fucked up that they can't even fucking function in everyday society, and we make exemptions for them. We make toleration for them. We're going to tolerate that. We're going to go. We don't like it, but they're sick. We're just going to go along with it because they're sick. Or does that get us? Does it get us going forward? Sick. The motherfuckers ain't sick. They're fucking weak. There is a difference between being mentally, physically, spiritually weak and lazy and being sick. You see, here's the difference. When you're sick, it is not of your choice. But when you are inferior, when you are a subspecies, it is because of your choice, either directly or indirectly. Now, you might not like that. That might make you uncomfortable. That might make you feel fucking bad. You might feel guilty. Well, you know what? You should. Maybe you should get some fucking backbone and fucking bring yourself up out of that. Pull yourself up. You want to get out here and go out here and fucking get high, get high. Get high as fuck. But getting high as fuck does not excuse you to steal from somebody. You don't get to just steal from somebody and say, well, it's because I get high. You know I'm an addict, and that's what addicts do. Because then you see someone like me, what do? Did I steal from you? No. No, I'm the motherfucker that's going to stand there, that's going to get high while you steal from me. And when you get done stealing from me, I'm going to give you half of what I have left that you haven't stolen. and wait on you to steal from me tomorrow. Another example. Do you share with others? Oh no, I'm an addict. I gotta hide all my dope. I gotta be real secretive, you know, cause addicts are stingy people and they don't share with others. No, you're fucking petty. You're pathetic. Hell, I'll have let's say I'll have a gram, X gram, X being the substance. I'll have a gram of it. Y, fuck all that. Let's make it simple. If I had a gram of a substance, I would probably give away 3/4 of that gram. The problems come from the fact that you're trying to use excuses to be weak. And none of your excuses are valid. And you don't like it. It pisses you off. I'm making the obvious more transparent, and that is making your conscience go to shit, and it's pissing you off. That's good. That's what you need to do. You need to get mad, you mentally, physically weak-minded motherfuckers. Get real mad. Because if you get mad enough, you need to do something about it. The problem isn't me. The problem isn't drugs. The problem isn't the world around you. The problem's looking itself in the fucking mirror all the fucking time. If you're getting a fucking disability, chick, and you're goddamn running the roads to the point that you're burning up 100 miles a week, 200 miles a week on your vehicle, and you get a check on the first, and on the third, you're begging a motherfucker for something to eat, you're bumming a cigarette off a motherfucker, then obviously you're doing something fucking wrong. Now, am I wrong for saying so? No. Because you asked me for a cigarette, so fuck you. I'm entitled to point out your inadequacies. See, your inadequacies are your business. You're correct with that observation. However, when you involve the world around you in your bullshit, then you make it the responsibility and the obligations of others to have to deal with your bullshit. And if we have to deal with your bullshit, we are entitled to call you out on your bullshit. The problem isn't us, the problem's you. If your bullshit wasn't so in our fucking face, then maybe we wouldn't call you on it. Does it make you mad if I sit there and you steal from me, and I turn around and watch you steal from me and still sit there and get high with you, and you're not able to get under my skin? Does that bother you? Does it bother you if I get high and maybe I still have lights on? Does it bother you that if I get high but yet I'm still able to work 12 or 14 hour days? It probably does, huh? Because you're fucking lazy and you do nothing for yourself, you do nothing for the world around you, and you expect everybody in society to feel sorry for your poor fucking pathetic ass. I'm so fucking sick and tired of people being attacked for doing the right thing. People being attacked for saying the right thing. Yeah. So to give everyone an example, we are going to protect anonymity here, people, so I'm not going to list details. But look, let's say a job needs to be done. And let's say addict number one, he does the job, she does the job, if they're paid in a drug of their choice. Let's say addict number two says, I'll do the job regardless of whether or not I'm paid. because it's the right thing to do. Which addict has a properly functioning moral compass? And which addict is just a piece of shit? And you know, what's that old adage, folks? If you lay with dogs, you get fleas. I think that oftentimes what pisses them off the most is that they have nothing to offer me. Nothing at all. Nothing. Because you know what? I can take it or leave it at any time. Anything, whether it's alcohol, whether it's cannabis, crack, heroin, cocaine, PCP, hallucinogens, pills. It doesn't matter what the substance is. I can take or leave any of them at any given time. I can find or not find any of them at any given time. You know, it's just like the plants. You know, it's funny. Every motherfucker, most people that I know smoke cannabis. Right? And I'm thinking, it makes sense. You smoke the fucking shit. Then you bitch that you can't afford to buy it. Why don't you grow it? Oh, their fear, their personal fear prevents them from growing it. So they won't put in the work. They won't do the labor. But yet will have the fucking audacity to come to some righteous motherfucker like me that put in his time, that put in his due diligence, that did the research, that made the effort, and want something that I've done. What the fuck entitles you to anything? How the fuck would you get something from me? And you're not even, and then you ask them, well, hey, why don't you grow your own shit? Oh, I can't. I'm scared. That's a pathetic fucking excuse. I am living proof that that's a pathetic fucking excuse. You won't grow it, but yet you expect those of us that put in our work and put in our efforts and put in our times to make something possible to feel sorry and give it to your fucking dumbasses. And what did you do for us in return? What? Are we smoking your dope? Are we using your couch? Are we smoking your cigarettes? Are we spending your money? And at the end of the day, when all the dust settles, and you're sitting there fucking laid back, making up excuses for being fucking weak, what are we doing? We're getting ready to go out and go to work tomorrow. And if that makes you feel guilty, well, I'm fucking glad as hell. You need to feel guilty. But lashing out at me doesn't change. It doesn't take the responsibility off your own head. When your vices are getting the better of you, and you're standing to potentially lose love, potentially lose family, potentially lose friendship, potentially lose freedom, then your first obligation, your first responsibility should be to maintain status quo, not fucking make the changes that are required to maintain status quo, but do not sit there and lash out at the examples that have been set for you on how to conduct yourself. You know that whole saying, be the change you want to see in the world? That's why yesterday, that's why any other day, it doesn't matter how much I get high, it doesn't matter how much I fucking drink, I gotta water my plants. I gotta take care of my chickens. I gotta work 15 fucking hours a day, usually every fucking day, regardless of how high or drunk I get. And others get high or drunk, let their shit go to hell, and then think the world should just accept the excuse, oh, I'm an addict, it's what addicts do. And people are tired of hearing it. People are sick and fucking tired of you weak fucks stinking up the joint. And that's why, for those of you listening that might not be privy to what's been going on, some local degenerates, mostly locals, and not all of them have been local, but mostly local, have recently been attacking my personal property and personal property that's in my care, and they're doing it for no other reason than pure spite. I'm making them look bad. They're sitting there looking for handouts. They're doing the whole crumb snatching thing. Let me see. Give me a bunch of dope, and I'm going to do very little in return. And I walk up to them and I say, hey, I'm going to do all your work for you, and I don't want none of your dope. And it's making them look bad, and they're attacking me for it. And it's weak. It's but I'm doing the right thing, and I feel comfortable and with the fact that these motherfuckers thinking that they can get free rides, we're enabling them. I don't get a free ride. Why these motherfuckers get a free ride? And I'm gonna keep on keeping on, steadily grinding. Yeah. I've been out in the heat today. I've been out in the heat yesterday. I'm out in the heat every day. These motherfuckers are sitting in some air conditioning somebody else is paying for. Sitting on somebody else's couch. Using somebody else's microwave. It's not right. It's not right. They don't have to maintain, but everybody else does. I'm going to keep making them look bad because they're shit. They need to get mad and they need to do something about it. Meaning, they need to make the necessary changes in their own personal lives. Take a look in the fucking mirror and they'll realize that I am not who they've got a problem with. It's their self. And attacking me because they're mad at their self is not the answer. You want me as your friend. You don't want me as your enemy. I've always been a very, much better friend than an enemy. And I feel, it's important that all of these words get out, Why can't we have open dialogue, We wonder why our government's fucked up. We wonder why our social system in general is crippled. We wonder why the world's falling apart, We can't ever have open dialogue. Why can't we just talk? One of the people specifically that I'm speaking about, this crazy psychopath piece of shit parasite, I even asked him one time, I said, can you sit down here and talk to me? And they ran and picked up a brick or some shit, or a rock. It makes you feel that fucking guilty to hear the truth? That you want to come at me with a rock? You evil motherfucker. You couldn't even hit me with the rock if you tried. They threatened my life yesterday. It was funny. It was actually comical. But if not for fear that they were in the process of damaging a friend of mine's property, so I thought it was in best interest of my friend and all involved if I let him know, and fuck, man, that made it 10 times worse. Anyway, it's crazy though, the lack of rational thought exhibited by these people. I mean, it's like they're deranged. And they can't even use the dope as an excuse because, hey, I'll be doing this shit right there with them. How is it that they're acting all fucking psycho and shit? And I'm sitting here level-headed. Hey, come on now. Put your head on. We got to think about this. And other than to try to maintain an open dialogue, I don't even know what more I can do for them. I've given them everything that they haven't. They've stolen mostly everything I have. What they haven't stolen, I've freely given them. I've tried to mentor to them multiple occasions the best I can. Being in the trenches sucks, folks. It does. But I'm trying to do just that. I want to be that change that I want to see in the world. And I love you all, every one of you. My enemies that might be listening right now, my friends, people in government, people in the church, people in the world, people in society in general. I love you all. hey, I'm a piece of shit too, but I'm at least willing to admit that. I'm at least willing to try to make efforts every day. You know, because when you go out here, the problem that people don't get is it's not that you shouldn't be compensated. It's not that you don't deserve to be compensated for the actions that you do in life. You do. But when you do what's right because you are seeking gain, you'll never get it. It'll always fuck up. But when you do what is right, just because it's the right thing to do, that's where stuff like that saying, what goes around comes around. I mean, I got fed lunch, right? I ate. Anyway, I got a big old sandwich, man. I was sitting there, I had food. I wasn't really hungry, right? But I was hot, and I was sitting there, and I drank a little bit of water, and it's been real hot here, folks. So I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, man, my stomach is just fucked up feeling. Because I had eaten some fruit, and the only thing I could deduce was that I was so hot that I needed more substance, and the fruit wasn't giving me enough nourishment, and I don't know. And I'm just sitting there thinking, man, why do I feel so bad? But I don't really know what's going on. I just feel bad. And about that time, it was like magic, folks. This is how what goes around comes around works. Somebody randomly give me one of the best sandwiches I've had in a month. It's crazy, right? So then anyway, look here. Here I go. I'm going back to work out, and by this time, I have more bad luck. I had used some of that fucking that shoe goo shit to glue my shoe, and that stuff ain't worth a damn. Don't buy it. But anyway, it gave out on me. So the front bottom of my shoe kept flapping, and it was tripping me. I mean, 3, 4, 5 times this tripped me up. All of a sudden, magic. Here again, folks, this is how the world works. It goes around, comes around. Hey, I got them shoes. I got some of them. Here you go. Give me a pair of shoes. Didn't ask for a fucking thing. And I was in a position that I needed them, while at the same time I was in a position where they were afforded to me. For that to work out, think of all the variables, folks. Why did I happen to be at that precise spot at that precise time? How did they just so happen to have that precise size at that precise time? It's what goes around comes around. You've got to do what is right, not because you're going to gain something. You can't do anything with regards to what you will ultimately gain. You do what's right because it's the right thing. And if you do that, if you have just a little bit of faith, things do work out. And when we and I've done it too, you know. I've been weak and went out and thought of ways to get over and tried to get over. That's the failure. That's what fucks you up, is when you go out here seeking to gain, seeking to profiteer, or whatever you want to call it. I find that the cosmos, the universe, good, evil, heaven, hell, whatever, works in such a way that you're provided for based on what you provide. I don't really know how to explain that in a way that makes good sense. What I will say is I do get the short end of the stick a lot. However, I don't ever do without anything. Nothing. No matter how big or how small, I don't do without. And it's like it's balance. It's equality. And I try to not just let the lifestyle that I live, the life that I live, explain and be the example of what I'm telling you. I also try to encourage and somewhat coach others on how to live the same, and you take a lot of flack for it, folks. The truth hurts people and they really lash out. And you know, but all that aside, even my worst enemy, if my worst enemy were to knock at my door today, right now, and say they were hungry and needed a cigarette, I'd bring them in, I'd tell them to take a shower, I'd feed them, I'd let them smoke half my cigarettes. Not because they're going to give me anything, because they probably wouldn't. But because I would hope that they would do the same. And the only thing that can allow that hope to stay alive is by me keeping it alive and doing that. And that's what you try to do. And we take it one day at a time. I'm going to keep this brief. Matter of fact, I am going to end this stream now. I just had to get this off my chest. A lot of what I thought were dear friends to me lately, I guess I just don't matter. And it's kind of hurtful. I mean, I'm always alone, and it just sucks when I'm put right back in that same position where, you know, hey, we all hate you. We were just pretending like we liked you to use you, and it don't have to be this way. Is all I'm saying. It don't have to be like that, you know. But until next time, folks, try to be productive. Try to love one another. Try to find the good. Try to be the change that you want to see. And change is definitely always possible. You just got to make it happen. Get out there, folks. Be productive. Do stuff. Grow stuff. Share what you grow. And namaste. And on behalf of Volunteer Agriculture, True Living Organic Farms, on behalf of all True Patriot endeavors, on behalf of hashtag cc2arms, later, folks. What's good, everyone? True Patriot here, also known as cc2arms, back again on behalf of Volunteer Agriculture, True Living Organic Farms. And I've been putting this off a little bit. I needed to do an updated walkthrough video. I wanted to just talk about some of the different tricks, techniques, and tips that I've got going on this year, and I've not really known what kind of format to do it under. So I figured what would make the most sense, what would be easiest, was if I just went outside this evening and I focused on capturing some moderately good footage. And then I could come back in, we could go through some of this footage. It's not going to take very long, and I could basically discuss a few points that I wanted to emphasize. Reason being, I had on Perth Observer's live stream this morning, we discussed Gray Dude. He's another friend and fellow YouTuber. He's got some tomato plants going, and there was a couple points mentioned that I probably should express. Somebody else, a few other people had asked me about the status of some of my plants. So without further ado, let's go through some of this footage, and I'm just going to kind of narrate it along the way. We didn't get into nothing real fancy, nothing in depth or thorough. I did have to cut some stuff for the makings for a big, beautiful, nice salad. We're at the time of the year where we eat quite a bit of salad around here. That being said, let me go ahead and hit play. This is from just earlier. I've not edited any of this. Matter of fact, I just now got in the house. We'll go ahead and play this. We'll see where it goes. Right here, we're looking at butter crunch lettuce at the top, and just beneath that beautiful purple flower there, folks, that is the coxcomb. I don't know if any of you follow my other channels, but you'll remember that was a new experience this year, and that was growing the coxcomb flower. That is a butter crunch lettuce. It's always a staple as far as our salad greens that we grow in the spring and early summer. They're still doing well. There's that coxcomb, which that will make a big, beautiful flower. She's not quite there yet. She's getting there. That is what is marketed, or what was marketed to me as a form of kale, and it may in fact be. It reminded me a lot of the chicory that myself and Perth Observer had been discussing during her live stream this morning. There we're looking at some more of the coxcomb, the tomato plants, and the reason I focused a lot on the tomato plants during the course of this video was I focused on 2 points. One, mine have only been topped once, and they were just topped a couple weeks back. You'll notice I've got flowers coming in up top there. Then we got some cucumber plants growing. They're doing lovely. I have let everything grow, not to an unmanageable point, but I've been trying to experiment with some different methods for bug control, insect remedies that are more holistic, natural. I had to eat some parsley. That is an Italian flat leaf variety of parsley, folks. That is the red amaranth. I'm curious to see what those plants will do this year. Again, just a plethora of different stuff. Yes, as unkept or unmanaged as that all may seem, you may perceive it to be, there is a method to my madness. I am doing some more natural forms of bug control this year. Later on in the year, I guess time will tell if those methods worked out. Again, we're looking at some more that I believe is the some of the acorn squash plants. We've got some more parsley plants. That is the sage, and I'm letting those flowers, I'm letting that sage. Now that sage, surprisingly, well, of course we had a mild winter here in the Smoky Mountains, East Tennessee, but that sage is 2 years old this is its second year growing. I did nothing to it. I did a light mulch cover over it through the course of winter. There you see that is the blue Scotch kale, a variety of the blue Scotch kale. We've got acorn squash. There's a green chili pepper plant behind us. Some more of the butter crunch lettuce. Always a favorite. There's some more of that kale, but it really resembles that chicory. I don't know. I might even have it wrong. I have been known to make a mistake or two here or there. Some more of the coxcomb. And what garden variety would be complete without a pot full of fuchsia plants? Of course, they've not flowered this year. I don't know if that's my mistake. I don't know. I've not really done anything differently from last year, but they, as of yet, have not flowered, which has kind of had me bummed, but we've still got time yet, folks. There we've got some of the smooth leaf kale in our salads. Raw, uncooked, just as they are. Cabbage, got me a little head of cabbage forming there. Apologies for the background noise, folks. Obviously, there's things going on. There's some more of the blue Scotch kale. And I must say, a very mild flavor. When you cut those leaves when they're young, they actually do, in fact, resemble broccoli. Very tasty. Add in there, and you'll see this is one of the chili pepper plants. I had to focus on that ladybug there. Love it when I see some ladybugs crawling around my plants. It just really makes my day. And this, folks, this is just a massive dill plant. We did go ahead and we harvested just over half of her. Still plenty of time left this year that she'll bounce back with a vengeance. We'll be able to harvest a bunch more of her. That's the first cucumber of the year. Little bitty tiny baby. I don't know. I didn't plan on having a whole prolific amount of cucumbers as I did last year. I wanted to focus on the other fruits and vegetables this year. But, you know, as with all things, time will tell. Now this bed, which many of you will remember, was the national pickling variety of the cucumbers last year, which this year has become just a bed with some random, those flowers. When those flowers first start forming, that's when I'll start manipulating the flower to increase pollination. And I just ever so lightly thump each of those flowers just as they begin to open, and as they open, surprisingly, there's no cats running around. Maybe it's because they were all kept indoors during the recording of this video. Not that we don't all love a cat in a video. I wanted to make sure that I stayed on point and I got these topics discussed, because I did tell a few friends today that I would do this video. There again, there's that dill. And the smell that come off of her is just, I can still smell her on my fingers, folks. There you're looking at an azalea bush, which was started from a little small tiny little cutting. We've also got a red bud tree. We've got some more coxcomb plants right there, folks. Hopefully I will, at least one or two of those I'll be able to get some seed from. Here we've got some more cucumbers. We've also we've got some of the curly leafed kale. We've got some more of the red amaranth. I believe we've got a jalapeno plant. Now you'll notice all those little bee plants popping up. You can definitely tell when a person grows a lot of tomatoes, because they have little tomato seedlings that pop up everywhere. I don't know what kind of tomato turnout I'm gonna have this year. I've not really focused or tried to devote my resources and efforts to one or two things. I've just basically tried to let nature run its course. No complaints thus far. Yeah, there's some more of them little tomato plants, and like I say, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Of course, I reuse the same soil year after year, minus a few amendments here or there. There's some more chili peppers. Already getting chili peppers. We're not even into June yet. Still, technically speaking, I believe we are in fact in spring. So for me to already be getting a good harvest from some of our later in the year crops is a good thing. Those were some beefsteak tomato plants that we were just looking at. Here we're looking at a few more squash plants or cucumber plants. I'm getting confused, folks. Got a lot going on here. I've just been blessed with a good turnout of fruits and vegetables in general. It is a labor of love. It is most definitely a labor-intensive job, but it gets better and better every year. I'm so blessed to be able to have an opportunity to not just grow these wonderful foods, but to be able to hopefully, if nothing else, act as an inspiration for those of you that are not yet growing. And this is what I originally thought was a squash plant, and I'm tending to lean towards it being a big pumpkin plant. Some of those leaves are every bit of probably 14, 15 inches across, folks. Big, and what you see in beneath that big plant, there's some parsley. is mixed in with some chives, and we've got some wild onion in there. But there's also a big catnip plant, which we'll see that you can almost make out. Of course, the catnip is a member of the mint family. Very healthy, very good for you, very calming, relaxing. You take those young little smaller leaves, you pull food. Now there we're looking at some more tomato plants. If I'm not mistaken, I believe those are 4 Roma plants. And then again, there I go, manipulating the flowers. That does increase pollination. And there we have it, folks. I hope that, if nothing else, I hope that that video was inspiring. I hope that it encourages some of you to get out there and grow. I am going to be uploading, if it will allow me, this video onto the other channel. But until next time, everybody, much love. Get out there, try to be productive. On behalf of Volunteer Agriculture, True Living Organic Farms, it's been a pleasure. Much love, everyone. Until next time, this is True Patriot, also known as cc2arms.
I remember the feel of the air touch my skin. Am I real? 'Cause I felt something leave from within. I feel empty. Have I got nothing left to give? Am I living? 'Cause I only felt alive with him. I'm driving in the night, the hood down. It's when I feel alive, when no one's around. The darkness deep inside comes to light now. But it's alright, it's alright. I can break no heart if I got none. I won't break apart if I stay on the run. But sometimes in the night I miss the sun. Why did darkness come? I felt my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightness shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Why did darkness come? Why did darkness come? I feel empty. Have I got nothing left to give? Am I living? 'Cause I only felt alive with him. I'm driving in the night, the hood down. It's when I feel alive, when no one's around. The darkness deep inside comes to light now. But it's alright, it's alright. I can break no heart if I got none. I won't break apart if I stay on the run. But sometimes in the night I miss the sun. Why did darkness come? I felt my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightness shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Nothing left to give. When we break apart, the darkness with him. Ooh,
An illusion it will be, so large, so vast it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the Absolute. We will work together always and will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways so they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouths, they will destroy their minds and reproductive systems. From all this, their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in film and will grow accustomed to them and will never know their true effect. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them it is for their help. We will start early on, when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases, for which we will create yet more medicine. We will render them docile and weak before us by our power. They will grow depressed, slow and obese, and when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention toward money and material goods so they many never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games so they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us and they will do as we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish their governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families will never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and gently, letting them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity between them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule, or death, whichever suits us best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend. The hate will blind them totally, and never shall they see that from their conflicts we emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and their deaths. We shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger, through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will be provided by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them, that we are all one. This they must never know. They must never know that color is an illusion. They must always think they are not equal. Drop by drop, Drop by drop we will advance our goal. We will take over their land, resources, and wealth to exercise total control over them. We will deceive them into accepting laws that will steal the little freedom they will have. We will establish a money system that will imprison them forever, keeping them and their children in debt. When they shall band together, we shall accuse them of crimes and present a different story to the world, for we shall own all the media. We will use our media to control the flow of information and their sentiment in our favor. When they shall rise up against us, we will crush them like insects, for they are less than that. They will be helpless to do anything, for they will have no weapons. Initiates and will be indoctrinated to believe false rites of passage to higher realms. Members of these groups will think they are one with us, never knowing the truth. They must never learn this truth, for they will turn against us. For their work they will be rewarded with earthly things and great titles, but never will they become immortal and join us, never will they receive the light and travel the stars. They will never reach the higher realms, for the killing of their own kind will prevent passage to the realm of enlightenment. This they will never know. The truth will be hidden in their face, so close they will not be able to focus on it until it's too late. Oh yes, so grand the illusion of freedom will be, that they will never know they are our slaves. When all is in place, the reality we will have created for them will own them. This reality will be their prison. They will live in self-delusion. When our goal is accomplished, a new era of domination will begin. Their minds will be bound by their beliefs, the beliefs we have established from time immemorial. But if they ever find out they are our equal, we shall perish then. This they must never know. If they ever find out that together they can vanquish us, they will take action. They must never, ever find out what we have done, for if they do, we shall have no place to run, for it will be easy to see who we are once the veil has fallen. Our actions will have revealed who we are, and they will hunt us down, and no person shall give us shelter. This is the secret covenant by which we shall live the rest of our present and future lives, for this reality will transcend many generations and lifespans. This covenant is sealed by blood, our blood. We, the ones who from heaven to earth came. This covenant must never, ever be known to exist. It must never, ever be written or spoken of, for if it is, the consciousness it will spawn will release the fury of the Prime Creator upon us, and we shall be cast to the depths from whence we came and remain there until the end time of infinity itself.
Resources mentioned in this list are mentioned for educational value only. Using these resources may or may not help your recovery process, so use caution when reading anything or contacting anyone mentioned in this resource list. Some may have a religious or other agenda that may be separate from your own recovery process. Some may not believe in the existence of MPD-DID or may not be comfortable dealing with survivors. Others may have valuable information, but may have triggers or be sympathetic to secret societies. All accusations are alleged. What is ritual abuse? Is methodical abuse, often using indoctrination, aimed at breaking the will of another human being. In a 1989 report, the Ritual Abuse Task Force of the Elliott County Commission for Women defined ritual abuse as, ritual abuse usually involves repeated abuse over an extended period of time. The physical abuse is severe, sometimes including torture and killing. The sexual abuse is usually painful, humiliating, intended as a means of gaining dominance over the victim. The psychological abuse is devastating and involves the use of ritual indoctrination. It includes mind control techniques which convey to the victim a profound terror of the cult members. Most victims are in a state of terror. Mind control and dissociation, PG. 35 to 36, Safe Passage to Healing,
by Christine Oksana, 1994, HarperCollins, 1-800-822-4090. What are secret societies? Some secret societies. Some secret societies allegedly practice ritual abuse. Cults practicing ritual abuse exist as a secret society. Secret societies compete for membership with established organizations. Therefore, they have to offer something not accommodated by the establishment: wealth, power, fame, sex, drugs, security, promise of salvation or eternal life. There can be secret societies within secret societies. PG 48. Safe Passage to Healing. What is a cult? Here is a summary of 10 themes of cult membership Stephen Hassan listed in Combating Cult Mind Control, from Park Street Press, Rochester, VT. 1. The doctrine is reality. The cult's beliefs allow no interpretation or other theories. 2. Reality is black and white. Good versus evil. No outside group is valid. No room for interpretation. 3. Elitist mentality. They are the chosen ones. 4. Group will over individual will. The self must submit to the group. Conformity is good. 5. Strict obedience, modeling the leader. The leader is imitated by everyone. 6. Happiness through good performance. Behaviors are controlled by shaming, competition. 7. Manipulation through fear and guilt. Includes exit phobias, the devil, God, communism, etc. Will hurt you. 8. Emotional highs and lows. From great productivity to crashing, due to individuals' inadequacies. 9. Changes in time orientation. Pre-cult life is bad. The present is crucial, pressure to meet quotas, etc. 10. No way out. There is never a legitimate reason for leaving cults. Also use love bombing, lots of flattery early on to suck people in. In ritual abuse, fear is used much more often, especially with children. Torture is often used to control people's minds, allowing suggestions to enter the mind, causing DID, instead of fatigue and lectures, though fatigue and starvation may also be used. Ritual abuse suggestions are planted in alternate personalities. A person in the cult may have one belief system for work and daytime society and another for the cult at night. Hassan's book, which doesn't discuss ritual abuse, explains how to recognize and avoid cults. They are often dishonest, having a hidden agenda. The connection, secret societies and ritual abuse. Single quote, violent cults that ritually abuse children use a variety of belief systems to justify their acts. Some belief systems are based on the idea of needing to understand both good and evil in order to reach spiritual enlightenment. Members engage in all evil acts imaginable in an attempt to understand the nature of evil. Some violent cults believe in supreme evil powers. To gain supernatural power, people practice ritual abuse. To worship the evil forces. Other belief systems. Of creating a superior white race. These cults believe they must torture and ritually abuse children. To create a stronger breed of humans. Some are based on worshipping the cycles of nature. PG 123, Ritual Abuse, Margaret Smith, 1993, HarperCollins. When trauma alters brain chemistry, perceptions of reality change. Ancient magicians believed a victim's response was a mystical or magical experience. Now this is called dissociation. Some Gnostics believed that Satan was the god of the Old Testament. In the Middle Ages, some secret societies and fraternal organizations were accused by the Catholic Church of practicing a violent, sexualized mass. PG 135, Smith, the Cathars and Knights Templar were two of these groups. The Knights Templar were accused of desecrating the cross, and anointing it with parts of infants. Some confessions were obtained by torture. The Illuminati, a dualist philosophy, associated with Satanism, developed in the 18th century. Some people believe they infiltrated secret societies including Freemasonry. 67% of survivors in M. Smith's study said their ritual abuse perpetrators belonged to either secret societies or fraternal organizations. 33% of alleged perpetrators were Masons. The Masons in Cult and Ritual Abuse, by Jane Oblit and P. Perskin. 1995, Prager Pub, 1-800-225-5800. There is a discussion in Chapter 10, Investigating Western Occultism, about Gnosticism and its connection to secret societies. Alchemists might have created alter personalities to stay young, child alters, or become immortal, pass down their traits to others in their altars. Luciferian cults, where God is capable of good and evil, are described by some of their patients. Many of these patients have alleged ritual abuse where Masonic ceremonies, items or members were there. A symbol of the Order of the Eastern Star, female branch of the Masons, is an inverted pentagram. Some believe Masonry has promoted Gnostic thinking. Albert Pike, 33° Me. Some believe the KKK can be traced to a group made up of some Masons and derived rites and symbols from the Masons. Many survivors of ritual abuse allege traumatic experiences associated with what they believe to be KKK activities. And many of these describe the KKK as a cult. pg 103, Noblet and Perskin. Some people believe the following were Masons: Aleister Crowley, alleged ritual human sacrifice, O.T.O. Golden Dawn, Dr. W. W. Westcott, Golden Dawn, Carl Kellner and Theodore Rieuss, O.T.O. Alleged Mafia connection, Mazzini. Anne-Marie Germain, 1993 Thesis, S.M.A.R.T. Issue number 1, discusses alleged Masonic ritual abuse. Understanding Ritual Abuse, a study of 33 R.S., from ARA Project 431 Auburn Boulevard number 215, Sacre, circa 95841. Survivors name 2 groups they believe perpetrators belonged to: Masons, 27%, Knights of Columbus, 9%. Other groups mentioned were Rosicrucians, Eastern Star, Shriners. In The Egyptian Masonic Satanic Connection, by David Carrico, available from Followers of Jesus Christ, P.O. Box 4174, Evansville, in 47724, Nimrod, Tower of Babel, is great according to the Masons. Masons' mystery religion comes in part from ancient Babylon, borrowing occult symbols, paraphernalia and candles. It is claimed that the Masonic history book has pictures of Ashtoreth, Dagon, Baal, associated by some with human sacrifices, and the satanic goat of Mendes. The Masons move up by degrees. First-degree Masons are allegedly threatened with the loss of life if they divulge any secrets. Albert Pike, father of modern Masonry, Pike discusses connections of Masonry to the occult in Morals and Dogma, a pro-Masonic book. S.M.A.R.T. Newsletter also has numerous letters from people alleging Masonic ritual abuse. Eastern Star, founded by a Mason, only women related to Master Masons may join. The degree system is connected to changed biblical stories, where in 2 stories it is believed torture or human sacrifice are alluded to. The pentagram is Eastern Star's symbol. It is claimed by some that youth groups, Job's Daughter, Rainbow Girls, Demolays are feeder groups for the Masons. Source: The Masonic Connection. Hidden Secrets of the Eastern Star, by Kathy Burns. Available from Spring Arbor 1-800-395-2682 from Another Book of Cathis, Hidden Secrets of Masonry. Albert Pike allegedly states that Masonry intentionally misleads Masons. Hidden Agenda. J.S.M. Ward, a Mason, writes that Osiris, Egyptian god, human sacrifices, Egyptian god of the dead, saved mankind. She mentions that the gods of Masonry allegedly represent Satan in different costumes. Albert Pike talks about Lucifer bearing the light. The word, Illuminati, is derived from Lucifer. The Illuminati were dedicated to a New World Order. The back of the dollar bill has a pyramid with the all-seeing eye on it. Romans a pyramid with the all-seeing eye on it. Roman numerals with the starting date of the Illuminati and the words, New World Order, in Latin. Some believe that most of the presidents were Masons. Other good sources on the Masons are. Some of these books may be Christian in nature. The Deadly Deception, by Jim Shaw and Tom McKenney from Words of Living Ministries. P.O. Box 413. Marion. KY 42064. Masonry Beyond the Light, by William Schnobel N. With One Accord. P.O. Box 457. Dubuque. IA 52004-0457, The Dark Side of Freemasonry, collection of articles. Saints Alive in Jesus. P.O. Box 1076. Issaquah. WA 98027, Secret and Suppressed, edited by Jim Keith. 1993. Farrell House. Political Connections. The article. Deviant Scripturalism and Ritual Satanic Abuse Part 2. Possible Masonic. Mormon. Magic and Pagan Influences, by Stephen Kent. Pub. In Religion. U of Alberta. Dipt of Sock. Faculty of Arts. 5 to 21 HM Torrey Building. Edm. Canada. T6G2H4. For a more exhaustive list. S.M.A.R.T. has a long resource list available via email or snail mail. Click here for resource list. The Mormons. The following information from Kent's article, Deviant Mormons, may misinterpret, includes Cain receiving secret empowering teachings from Satan, the Gadianton robbers using secret combinations, which include secret murder, to gain worldly power. The Utah Lighthouse Ministry, P.O. Box 1884, Salt Lake City, UT 84110 has excellent information on the Mormons and alleged ritual abuse. In Evolution of the Mormon Temple Ceremony 1842-1990, by Gerald and Sandra Denner, it is shown that Joseph Smith was originally a Mason. Many parallels are shown between the two groups, Mormon and Mason, and many rituals were allegedly borrowed. In Satanic Ritual Abuse and Mormonism, Tanners. 60 victims in the Mormon Church discuss seeing or participating in alleged ritual abuse activities. This number could possibly include 800 total participants. The number of people in each survivor's story added together. The stories of Betty Roton and Meredith McAllister describe alleged ritual abuse in the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church may have attempted to cover up McAllister's story, and excommunicated her from the church. Their stories include alleged torture, ritual abuse, and mind control. McAllister also had relatives in the Masons and Eastern Star. Relatives in the Masons and Eastern Star. For more information, there are people in the Freemasons that systematically, with understanding gained from centuries of experience, abuse children. They use the lodges and land that is owned by the Freemasons as locations to abuse children. I have personally been in the basement of 4 lodges too, in which I was in a tunnel. I find it helpful to know a little about the Freemasons' past. I start in England, where the Freemasons developed the apprentice system, which has been adopted by unions. It was when the church was the government and the parish was the center of commerce. The Freemasons had knowledge of geometry and building which was kept secret. Remember, this was a time when most were illiterate. It gave them great economic power, as the church needed them to build in structures of any great size. The Freemasons were a power when this country was being developed. They actually had whole towns granted to them. Surveyors were Freemasons at the time. With their knowledge of geometry and math, the knowledge of land was used to gain more power in the United States. Architects were often Freemasons. In the United States and the East some split off and formed the Grange. In the rural areas it was either you belonged to the Grange, which was mostly agricultural, or the Masons, which were professionals. There are few townships in any who do not have a Freemason presence in the form of a temple. The main tool of secrecy is fear. It can be economic. You mess with the Freemasons and you will lose your job, and they may own the house you rent. They ensure that they have something to hold over you. A person may be gotten drunk and then be part of abusing children, their own or others. They may be drunk and or drugged at the time. They cannot report as they would be reporting themselves. Who they report to will likely be a Freemason, as they often become police and judges. There are main points of how they keep everything secret. One is to have people in power that can fix things. They pretend to write everything down and write nothing down. When they take a person to a site for a ritual, they are blindfolded. They often use abandoned property, so even if you go back to the site, the ones that abused you do not own it. They have pure psychopaths as enforcers. All rings are taken off and put in a wooden box. They use masks to hide their identity. And those to be abused have no masks and often no clothes. They know how to disorient. They know the effects of extreme temperatures, dehydration, being calorie deprived, isolation, shunning and terror. They are accomplished slayers. They know to keep it simple. They tend to like to be under and be an authority. They gravitate to government jobs. Their personal power tends to come from groups. They seem to want an entity to protect them and are willing to go to great lengths to be accepted. They are cowards. This is not to say they are not dangerous. They are very good at harassment. They tend to be overly law-abiding in other aspects of their lives. They are not stupid and have a system. They post guards to make sure no one comes down the dead-end road where they are having the ceremony. They know to come at different times and not to leave in groups. They have an explanation ready. They are braggarts. They will all tell you that they have connections in the Illuminati even though they are low level. They will tell you they own a police department when they only have one officer. That sort of thing. They trade a lot. One member might what young girls and will supply a young boy in trade. Say a victim moves, the word will get out that a victim is coming to town. In my case, the cults were subcontractors to the academics and military that ran culture and natural relationship. Each Freemason cult will have sects mostly on socio-economic lines. I went to a job site and then came back to writing. There was one basement that I was in that I forgot. This was noting less than opulent. It is similar to gangs and the mafia, only with a longer history. Their main source of personal income is not the cult activity like the mafia and the gangs. You have to have a job or business that is legitimate. I find it important to keep it in perspective. Yes, there are judges that sent 5,000 kids to jail for a fee in PA. One of the few judges that got caught. They may not have Freemason ties. If you take it too far, then they take on an importance they do not deserve or warrant. There is not a worldwide organization in the way that organizations are, though of. Much of it is the lack of financial structure of the group. Think the drug trade. Anyway, they are out there.
Johnny Cerrucci with another Mig-Mag special report. For 1,000 years, from roughly 500 AD to 1500 AD, the civilized world was controlled by Rome. But not military Rome, religious Rome. The Roman Empire had mutated from a military power into a religious one, co-opting the beliefs of Christianity and mixing them with ancient Egyptian, Greco, and Babylonian paganism. Christian doctrine that came directly from Jesus Christ and was transcribed in the Bible stated that each individual had the liberty and independence to govern their own salvation by cultivating a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. The new religious Roman Empire insinuated herself in between Christ and the believer and said if you wanted to have your soul saved, you had to rely on the priests, bishops, and cardinals of Rome. This was the worst kind of slavery because it was a slavery of disinformation. Now and again, sincere Bible-believing Christians like the Waldensians of the Alps, the Albigensians, Jerome of Prague, John Wycliffe and his Lollards, Jan Hus of Bohemia, would rebel against this Roman rule and show Christians that Vatican doctrines claiming that you needed Rome to ensure your salvation were contradicted by the Bible. As a result, the papacy strictly forbade Bibles to be placed into the hands of the common person and only allowed Jerome's Latin Vulgate to be handled by clergy. Men like John Wycliffe painstakingly translated the Vulgate into the language of the people. For Wycliffe, it was English. English Bibles were then slowly and carefully copied and handled by Wycliffe's followers, who handed them out to and taught the people. In response, Roman authorities captured Wycliffe's followers, called Lollards, tied their Bibles around their necks, and burned them alive. It's what so-called Christian Rome did to all of her enemies, including Jerome of Prague and Jan Hus. John Fox's Book of Martyrs, originally titled Acts and Monuments, is completely filled with examples of Catholic authorities torturing and murdering Christians. And when a Lollard was burned with a Bible hanging around his neck, it was a terrible loss, because not only were Christians being burned alive, but hand-copied Bibles were irreplaceable. But in 1517, a new rebel stepped up, an Augustinian monk from Germany named Martin Luther. Luther was furious that Pope Leo X, Giovanni de' Medici, from the powerful Medici family who helped to rule the world then and including through to today, had sent their attack dogs, the Dominicans, to cheat the common people out of their money by claiming they could buy what is called an indulgence, which is basically a receipt of forgiven sin. By paying money to indulgence peddlers like Johann Tetzel, poor Christians believed that they had some of their sins forgiven. Worse, they were told that dead loved ones were in purgatory, and they could give money to these indulgence peddlers, and the Pope would then release their dead loved ones. Luther wrote 95 short paragraphs or theses, and on November 1st of 1517, All Saints' Day, posted them to the doors of All Saints Cathedral in Wittenberg. But what was different about Martin Luther's protest and the protests of previous Christians was the movable type printing press of Johannes Gutenberg. The 95 theses were translated and replicated by the Gutenberg press and spread like wildfire. Martin Luther instantly shot to number 1 on the Vatican hit list. Now remember, he was an Augustinian monk. But that didn't matter. He was waking people up and freeing them from their Roman chains, and for that he needed to be stopped. He was kidnapped by his benefactor, Frederick the Wise of Saxony, and held at Wartburg Castle for several months to protect him from Vatican assassins. During that time, he translated the Bible into vernacular German, and it may have been the most important thing he ever did, starting with the New Testament and then later the Old Testament. But now the Gutenberg press started printing off large quantities of common language Bibles, and the fires of the Inquisition couldn't keep up. Other brave Christians like William Tyndale, also a Roman Catholic priest, began translating Bibles into the language of their people. Tyndale was English like Wycliffe, and he too was eventually executed by Rome for his crime. But now Rome had a problem. There were too many Bibles and Bible translators to be kept in check by burning them all. A new tactic was born, a tactic that English Cardinal Thomas Wolsey called learning against learning. And that tactic was to discredit the Bible in order to force people to return to accepting Rome as the ultimate authority over their body and soul. In this tactic of learning against learning, Rome would literally rewrite reality and weave a false reality matrix that we now all swim in to this day. For thousands of years, mankind understood the earth to be flat and stationary. Only rarely did men like Pythagoras attempt to claim otherwise. And it's interesting to note that many Freemasons consider Pythagoras to be one of the first of their craft. But now rewriting our reality as a tactic to discredit the Bible became a top priority in the face of Martin Luther's 1517 Reformation, Protestant Reformation. The Catholic response would be the Counter-Reformation, and it would be spearheaded by a Spanish Templar knight named Ignatius of Loyola and his followers, whom we call today the Jesuits. Their first opportunity came from the Vatican's mathematician, a Polish priest named Nicholas Copernicus. Copernicus gave birth to the modern heliocentric model of the universe with his work De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. Copernicus knew he was weaving a matrix of lies and wanted to hold publication of De Revolutionibus until after his death. But powerful Roman Catholic clergy like Tiedemann Gies, Bishop of Culm, and the papal secretary himself, Johann Wiedmanstadt, forced him to publish in 1543. The facts that Catholic clergy forced Copernicus to publish, or that Copernicus was the Vatican mathematician, or that he received his doctorate in canon law from Bologna University. Canon law are the precepts by which Rome governs nations. Adam Weishaupt was a doctor in canon law. Or that he was a Roman Catholic priest. These have all been swept under the carpet. But Copernicus never married, and even the Catholic Encyclopedia had to note that in 1537 King Sigismund of Poland put Copernicus's name on the list of 4 candidates for the vacant episcopal seat of Ermland, which makes it probable that at least in later life he had entered the priesthood. Also swept under the carpet has been the timing of the publication of De Revolutionibus, right on the heels of Martin Luther's Protestant Reformation. And if that's not clear enough for you, how about this? A Vatican agent named Georg Joachim Redicus, who was originally born Georg de Porus, had insinuated himself into the Luther Reformation and was in Wittenberg when he left to become a close student of Copernicus. Sources like Wikipedia claim that Redicus was sent from reformer Philip Melanchthon, a dear friend of Martin Luther. But it is absolutely Roman Catholic disinformation. In the Table Talk of Martin Luther, the great reformer is quoted as having said, "There is talk of a new astrologer who wants to prove that the earth moves and goes round instead of the sky, the sun, the moon, just as if somebody were moving in a carriage or a ship might hold that he was sitting still and at rest while the earth and the trees walked and moved. But that is how things are nowadays. When a man wishes to be clever, he must needs invent something special, and the way he does it must needs be the best. The fool wants to turn the whole art of astronomy upside down. However, as Holy Scripture tells us, so did Joshua bid the sun to stand still, and not the earth." In his lectures on the book of Genesis, Luther said, "We Christians must be different from the philosophers in the way we think about the causes of these things. And if some are beyond our comprehension, like those before us concerning the waters above the heavens, we must believe them and admit our lack of knowledge rather than either wickedly deny them or presumptuously interpret them in conformity with our own understanding." The great reformer Jean Calvin, also known as John Calvin, called Copernicus a dreamer who has a spirit of bitterness and contradiction, reprove everything and prevent the order of nature. We will see some who are so deranged, Calvin said, not only in religion, but who in all things reveal their monstrous nature, that they will say that the sun does not move, and that it is the earth which shifts and turns. When we see such minds, we must indeed confess that the devil possesses them, and that God sets them before us as mirrors in order to keep us in his fear. So it is with all who argue out of pure malice, and that happily make a show of their imprudence. When they are told this is hot, they will reply, no, it is plainly cold. When they are shown an object is black, they will say, no, it is white, and vice versa. Just like the man who said that the snow is black, for although it is perceived and known all to be white, yet he clearly wished to contradict the fact. And so it is that they are madmen who try to change the natural order, and even to dazzle eyes and benumb the senses. Do you think Calvin knew how the Freemasons were used by the Jesuits? When they are shown an object as black, they will say it is white.
We're talking about our government here. No, we're talking about a crime, Bill, pure and simple. Y'all gotta start thinking on a different level, like the CIA does. Now, we're through the looking glass here, people. White is black, and black is white.
Very quickly, Rome jumped upon this new model of the universe, and Jesuits like Christopher Clavius used Copernicus and his work to fabricate the Gregorian calendar, the calendar we all use. Rightly did the prophet Daniel say in chapter 7, verse 23, that during his vision, a being standing near him said, "The fourth beast shall be a fourth kingdom on the earth, which shall be different from all other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, trample it, and break it into pieces. The 10 horns are 10 kings who shall rise from this kingdom, and another shall rise after them. He shall be different from the first ones, and shall subdue 3 kings. He shall speak pompous words against the Most High, shall persecute the saints of the Most High, and intend to change times and laws. And the saints shall be given into his hand for a time." Very quickly did Rome and papal agents like the Jesuits begin to push this new cosmology. She took over astronomy and either pushed out or killed off anyone who contradicted the idea that the Earth was a globe spinning in space and revolving around the sun. Even those that met her halfway didn't keep her happy, and she dealt with them as well. Teague Ottenson Brahe, whose nickname was Tycho, accepted the idea that the Earth was a globe spinning in space, but still believed that his own observations and data proved that the Earth was the center of the solar system and not the sun. This is known as geocentrism. Tycho wanted to follow in the steps of Martin Luther and studied at the University of Wittenberg, but was forced out by the plague. Brahe's life appeared to be frequently in danger, and in 1566 he lost a large portion of his nose in a duel. He was 20 years old at the time. He later died under mysterious circumstances at the very young age of 54. One of those who claimed it was simply an illness, a bladder infection contracted during a banquet in Prague, was his understudy Johannes Kepler. Kepler was a German astronomer and supposedly a Lutheran, yet he had an intimate relationship with Jesuits. In 1597, Archduke Franz Ferdinand II of Austria banished all Protestants, good Roman Catholic that he was, and Kepler fled to Hungary. But the Jesuits intervened and convinced Ferdinand to allow him to return. Kepler grew up with a Jesuit uncle under the same roof of their house in Wilderstadt. Uncle Sidaldus was a Jesuit astrologer who also kept a wife. Upon the unexpected death of Tycho Brahe, Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II immediately promoted Kepler to replace him as imperial mathematician, and Kepler very quickly went to work, rewriting all of Brahe's observations to be interpreted as heliocentric and not geocentric. In a paper titled Kepler's Relation to the Jesuits, Dr. Jörg Schuppner at the University of Leipzig noted that it is well known that the order of the Jesuits was the most important and the most active Catholic order in the field of science during the 17th and 18th centuries. One field of particularly intensive successful study carried out by the Jesuits was astronomy. Many of their names are associated with the important discoveries in the history of astronomy, such as the discovery and mapping of moon craters. It is nearly impossible to list all the names of those who made serious contributions as astronomers or mathematicians. One aspect of the considerable role the Jesuits played in the history of astronomy was their support of Johannes Kepler. Some of them stood in extensive correspondence with Kepler. Now, it was obvious to protesters like Luther and Calvin that something fishy was going on in Rome, and the papacy needed plausible deniability while she rewrote our reality. That propaganda was presented by Italian astronomer and mathematician Galileo Galilei, and it's absolutely fascinating what user-edited Wikipedia says. In the entry for Galileo Galilei, under the subtitle Galileo, Kepler, and Theories of Tides, Cardinal Bellarmine had written in 1615 that the Copernican system could not be defended without, quote, a true physical demonstration that the sun does not circle the earth, but the earth circles the sun. Galileo considered his theory of the tides to provide that required proof of the motion of the earth. Now, there's no link on the name Cardinal Bellarmine, which is unusual for Wikipedia. Maybe that's because Cardinal Bellarmine was Robert Bellarmine of the Society of Jesus, one of the most powerful Jesuits of his time, who was canonized as saint in 1930 and named a doctor of the church. What's more, it is ludicrous to imagine that the Earth's supposed large mass doesn't pull the moon and crash into it, and instead the magical force of gravity holds it stationary. Even more ridiculous is the idea that the moon affects tides by pulling on the water. Again, the magical, mystical force of gravity is blamed. South African author Thomas Winship wrote in 1899 his book Zetetic Cosmogony. If the moon lifted up the water, it is evident that near the land the water would be drawn away and low instead of high tide caused. Again, the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and it follows that if she exerted any influence on the earth, that influence could only be a uniform influence. But the tides are not uniform. And Winship uses examples from South Africa. At Port Natal, the rise and fall is about 6 feet, while at Beira, about 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is 26 feet. This effectually settles the matter that the moon has no influence on the tides. But Protestant reformers were on to Rome. She knew she needed a smokescreen, and she provided it. Suddenly, history was rewritten, and rather than pushing with her own agents, like Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, and others, to rewrite our cosmology, suddenly the papacy was a defender of the flat earth. Well, just look what they did to poor Galileo. Let's do. Supposedly, Galileo was tried for heresy at the hands of that evil flat earther, Jesuit Robert Bellarmine. He bravely stood by his guns and humiliated the church with a heliocentric spinning ball earth. What happened to Galileo Galilei? Well, for the last few years of his life, he was put under house arrest. Have you read anything about the Inquisition? Do you know what the Inquisition did to people when it truly considered them an enemy? Things like rotating their arms backwards until they were pulled out of their sockets, inventing special instruments that could be jammed into a person's body to rip open their bowels, putting them in a special sarcophagus filled with spikes that would jam into them to the bone. You ever hear of Edgar Allan Poe? Are you familiar with his short story, The Pit and the Pendulum? About a swinging, razor-sharp pendulum that lowered across a victim and would take hours to slowly saw that victim in half. Did you know it was based upon the Inquisition? A little-known secret is that the Jesuits now own astronomy. When their missionaries went across the world, across our flat earth, the first thing they did was insinuate themselves in royal courts to become the official astronomer of that kingdom. China is a great example. One of the first Jesuits in China was Matteo Ricci, Ricci and his successors like Adam Schall and Ferdinand Verbiest were all the royal court astronomers and eventually fabricated the calendar for the Chinese emperor. Today, the Jesuits even have their own observatories both in Italy and in America. They use their puppets in American government to steal Apache holy ground on Mount Graham in Arizona. Are they reaching out extraterrestrially or interdimensionally? They appear to have answered our question with the latest piece of technology on Mount Graham, the Large Binocular Telescope Near-Infrared Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research, also known as Lucifer. And it's not surprising given the success the Jesuits have had in rewriting our reality. Now, we're supposed to believe that Rome was against the spinning ball Earth heliocentric cosmic accident cosmology of our modern understanding. Yet at every step of the way, Jesuits or Jesuit agents were there to bolster our false reality, hiding whenever possible behind convenient Jews. And for more on that, see our special report, It's the Jews, from Johnny Cerrucci and Migmag. Needing to contrive an origin for our accidental existence that contradicts the Bible, Jesuit-trained Belgian priest Georges Lemaitre is the father of the so-called Big Bang Theory, the idea that first there was nothing and then it exploded. He was a close co-worker of just such a Jewish puppet, Albert Einstein. Einstein bolstered the Jesuit cosmology with his convoluted theory of relativity. The problem was that observations of both scientists and laymen weren't matching what so-called astronomers were telling us. And so Einstein fabricated the theory of relativity to claim that your reality was relative to the time-space continuum. It is purposefully almost impossible to understand. You're just supposed to trust science and astronomy. The Jesuits then jumped on with dinosaurs and Charles Darwin to claim the Earth is billions of years old. And wherever Darwin's theory of evolution had holes, Jesuits stepped up to fill the gap. Jesuits like Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, the father of the New Age, after fabricating the ape-like pre-humans that we supposedly came from, even students of evolution became concerned that there was a, quote, missing link between primitive apes and modern humans. A discovery was made in 1912 to bridge that gap. Having been found in Piltdown, East Sussex, England, it was named Piltdown Man. Unfortunately, it was also found to be a hoax. The skull of a uncovered the father of that hoax, a Jesuit priest named Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. There are many such examples in archaeology and paleontology, and yet no one asks, why would so-called scientists be fabricating evidence? The goal was to discredit the Bible, and it has been resoundingly successful. Without the spinning ball Earth, Darwinian dinosaur cosmic accident, the Bible is a science textbook. With it, critics laugh and question the Bible, and instead look to human authorities to save their souls, such as the Vicar of Christ himself, who is for the first time in Roman Catholic history a Jesuit priest. This has been...
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Drink the astronauts took to the moon.
Astronauts to the moon.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars, and let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Let rain fall, let rain fall, let rain fall, let rain fall.
know there's a strategy. I know you're coming back with reinforcements, something. I know there's a plan. You can tell me no other human will ever know.
There is no plan.
We would never end the ship. We designed the damn thing, didn't we?
We were hidden in the first booster rocket to separate. Splashed down back in the Atlantic just as planned. We ain't going nowhere.
This construct is echoed through all corners of the system. It's everywhere. Everywhere we look, this construct stares back at us.
rise up. We had Ash Wednesday. We want to rise up with Jesus at Easter. And I believe that there'll be some rising from this dying.
In your sorrows and trade them for joy. From the ashes, a new life is born. From the ashes, a new life is born.
When I lose control, bad things happen. But it feels good.
Ladies and gentlemen of NASA, this is Charles Xavier. Help is on the way.
We're doing space missions now. Cool.
We get the astronauts, we bring them home. Go.
The heat signature's rising fast.
We gotta get out of here.
Where's Jean?
Where is she? Jean!
She should be dead.
Did you hear what the kids are calling you? Phoenix.
Hello, Jean.
Who are you?
The better question is, who are you?
Something's happening to me. When I lose control, bad things happen. But it feels good.
That power destroyed everything it ever came into contact with. Until you. The X-Men fear you. And what they fear,
we seek to destroy.
She'll kill us all.
The girl dies. She's still our friend.
She's not Jean anymore.
Are you threatening me?
That's right.
That would be a bad idea.
The notion of UN headquarters being a city within a city reminds me of how the Vatican is also a city within Rome. I like to refer to this as a nested city or fractal structure. I was fascinated to discover that the Italian government donated an Arnaldo Pomodoro sphere-within-sphere sculpture to the UN in 1991. The golden ball beautifully represents the concept of a city within a city. The internal structures seem to me like buildings and streets on the inner surfaces of the spheres. I'm intrigued because I've seen 3 other similar sculptures in locations significant to my research. Pomodoro made a series of 6 spheres within spheres, scattered around the world. Significant sphere-within-sphere locations are the Hirshhorn Museum and Sculpture Garden in D.C., very close to the Capitol building, the De Young Museum in San Francisco, and in the Vatican's courtyard of the Belvedere.
United Nations headquarters, which was built in 1945 and financed largely by John D. Rockefeller. Inside UN headquarters is an ominous meditation room. The custodian of the meditation room is Lucis Trust Company. At one time, the
The real violence is committed in the writing of history, the records of the legal system, the reporting of news, through the manipulation of social contracts and the control of information. This week's opening quote comes from Brian H. McGill. Welcome to Surviving the Matrix, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maxwell Egan. It's a pleasure to be with you once again, and I will be your host for the next hour. History really is what defines people. Races are defined by their past, by what has built their nations to be what they are. And history, our own personal history, is how we identify ourselves. And as once said by Marcus Garvey, a man with no history is like a tree with no roots. And when you think about this, it begins to make a lot of sense why the powers that believe they be would have changed our history and removed all knowledge of the past from us. And as I pointed out on many shows previously, there is every indication that our past is very, very different to what we believe it is. But even when making a statement such as that, there's many people who will think, yes, well, we know there are great mysteries that exist in ancient antiquity. We are unsure of what these monuments really mean and what all these things really mean. But what I'm talking about is not particularly ancient history. What I'm talking about is the recent past, in as much as 200 or 300 years ago. As I've said on many shows previously, all the research that we've done into the existence of the nation of Tartaria, for example, and what that possibly was. And there's been an awful lot of speculation put forth on that topic as well. A lot of people trying to figure out who they really were and where they came from and who destroyed them and all this sort of stuff. A lot of which we will probably never know and never answer unless we can establish freedom. Because the records must exist somewhere. But the thing is, it's very doubtful that such records would exist anywhere in the public domain. Even in some of the weird books we can find, the books of the Zeno brothers and all this sorts of stuff, they only give us little glimpses, they only give us little ideas, and some of the tales that we find in some of these books appear to be quite fanciful. But again, even in looking at these things, we face the danger of getting stuck down a rabbit hole and trying to find answers to questions that we will probably never know. And we often lose sight of the bigger picture of what it all really means on a macro scale. It's not just the point of finding out what this civilization was, who was in control of it, how it was destroyed, and thinking that we've got some sort of remedy by finding this sort of stuff out. The trick really, I would suggest, is looking at it, as I said, on a macro scale, and simply seeing it as one stage of an ongoing cycle, because that's the way it would appear to be. It would appear that these cataclysms that happen, each time it happens, it's simply a repeating event that seems to happen in regular cycles. And that's the thing, when you look at it, we might be finding evidence for the existence of this great empire of Tartaria, but the question is, how long was it there and what happened to it? Why did it decline and what came before it? And how many came before it is another really interesting question. And what form did these civilizations take? How many have there actually been, and who or what were these civilizations populated by? All very interesting questions. But really the main question that I've been focusing on lately regarding this civilization is, why don't we have any real record of it? Why didn't they leave anything behind? Why is there no written records? How did this civilization suddenly fall into decline so effectively? And how did the civilizations before it fall into decline so effectively? Why do these mysteries exist, is the question. And really, well, what are the possibilities of perhaps these mysteries existing because we're simply not asking the right questions, or with our interpretation of the past and with our interpretation of the books that we do have available to us, we're simply not looking at them through the right eyes. What if this is a cyclic thing that happens quite frequently? And what if there are traces and symbols and messages left behind for us to interpret, if we just, as I said, look at them through the correct eyes and interpret them in the right way? Stop trying to be right in what we're finding out. And this is a huge problem with the resistance and the research that people are doing, is they get an idea and they desperately want to be right in proving this idea. They're not just open to discussion on things. Everyone seems to want to be right in whatever it is they're researching. People are literally scared to make mistakes, which is not a very constructive way to look at things. But what if all the signs and symbols and messages are actually left for us? But as I said, we're simply not interpreting them in the correct manner. And of course, one of the big problems through even attempting to interpret what is left behind for us is people get stuck in what they believe to be true. What they want to be true, they get stuck in their programming. People are often programmed to distrust anybody who questions them, anybody who questions them on any type of level at all. You've got this idea and then you present it to people, and if they don't agree with you 100%, then you fear them. You think they're the enemy. And it goes on so many levels. I mean, I notice on my video clips all the time. People just let their programming rule them and they don't actually listen to what's being said. You know, so it's people's interpretation. They get scared of numbers, they get scared of, they think these things mean a lot more than they do, and they fail to look around them, and they fail to see what's really happening. They fail to come to the realization that the government has got some very, very insidious plans for them, and they're carrying out, but so many people are programmed into looking at all the rabbit holes. And which is why the rabbit holes are there. It's what the symbols are there for, folks. They're there so you will look for them. That's how they control you. And there was actually a show I did about this a year or two ago called How the Magic Works. And I really recommend you go and check that out if you really want to know how these symbols and how all this symbolism works and what it's really there for. Because what it's there for is to grab your attention and to keep you searching for it. That's how it works. And while you're looking at all these secret symbols and putting all these interpretations on them, people are, again, failing to look around them at the real symbols and the real things that are around them in their lives, their daily actions that they perform. How ritualistic are these actions, and what are they really doing with these actions when they're performing these actions, and what are the real symbols and signs, and what are the clues that have been left behind for us to help us become aware of what we're moving into, to help us become aware of the reality that we're in now, because so many people have predicted this reality. I mean, even I've predicted this reality since I was a kid. I've been telling people this is where the world is going, and there were people before me, many people that have come before me, and there's people from ages past have predicted these things as well, but how did they know? I mean, even when I was 4 years old and I realized there was something terribly wrong with the world, and I used to walk around asking my teddy bear to please tell God that he'd put me onto the wrong world, to me it was like a memory. I had a memory of a world that was a different world to this. I just knew the world was not supposed to be that way. And this also suggests some form of cataclysms, regular cataclysms, and some form of recycling of human consciousness. As out there as it sounds, I mean, that's kind of what it suggests to me. And if you were in a cycle like this, like if we're in a world today and you could see a cataclysm coming, and you could remember that there were human culls that had happened, perhaps you'd survived one of those culls, and you'd seen it happening, and you wanted to tell the people of the future that, hey, this is going to happen again. This is a regular cycle. They keep building the population up, and then they cull the population back to almost zero, and then they start again. How would you warn these people that these cycles are happening? How would you warn them that there were people in control that were manufacturing these cycles or using these cycles to their advantage anyway? Even if they're not manufacturing them, they're using them to their advantage. How would you inform people of this? What signs would you leave behind for future generations, and what would you tell these generations to watch out for so they would see that these cycles were happening? It'd be a very difficult thing to imagine how to do it, because even with languages, folks, I mean, you could write a written record of what's going on, but if you write it in English, well, who's to say that anybody in 500 or 600 years from now is going to be speaking English? How do we know? How do we know that a new language won't be invented for that new time the way English seems to have been invented for this time? So you look at this and you see there's no point in really writing things down in language form. What you'd have to do would be leave signs, symbols, pictograms, drawings, myths, and oral traditions. This would be the way real information would be handed down, because the written word is simply not going to last. And if it does last, it's going to be very difficult to interpret by people who come after. And that might have been a strange thing to think about as well. I think the concept that English may have been invented for this particular time period. I mean, there'll be people who say, well, we can trace back English to the Germanic languages and rah. But I don't know, I question all history now, ladies and gentlemen. I really do. And English is such a commerce-based language. And even if we were to trace it back to Germanic languages and the real roots of English and all this sort of stuff, we're failing to take into account the Shakespearean Revolution. I mean, what was that? The Shakespearean Revolution was where they introduced a whole bunch of new words and they left out a whole bunch of old words, and they kind of changed the direction of English. And you've got to wonder what that was really all about. I mean, I don't believe in the whole story of Shakespeare and this unemployed playwright actually doing all these things that he did. I think the entire Shakespearean concept was very likely created by the Bacon Society. And if you really want to look at that, Francis Bacon you could call the real founder of America, really, because the Bacon Society was highly influential in what America became. So this is another story. But I don't know, I just think that English is a very strange language. It's a very disconnecting language. There's no real spiritual concepts in English. It's the language of commerce, the language of legalese. And I think this is why it's been pushed and promoted, so that if you really want to succeed in the world of commerce, in the modern world, you need to know how to speak English. And, like this is another story, but the concept that these languages are invented, or a particular language is invented for a particular time, perhaps English is the one that's been used over and over, who knows? Perhaps because it is that type of language which keeps you searching for some of the deeper meanings of life, because there simply aren't the words in English to express these deeper meanings. Perhaps that's what it's used for. Perhaps it's used every time. Perhaps they just keep refining it and making it more and more debased with each cycle. I mean, who knows? It's another concept to think about. But anyway, looking into some of the concepts that we have about our past and some of the myths and legends that have been left to us, looking at the foundations of religions and witchcraft and all sorts of things like this, and people may be uncomfortable with me talking about that, putting them in the same basket, but I find a lot of parallels with these things, I really do. As I've mentioned before on other shows, there was a show I did a year or two ago called Giving Life to Lucifer, where I talked about this. I talked about what cell phones really are, the concept of scrying mirrors, and what all this really means, what the Lucifer system is, what Lucifer actually means. If you look at Lucifer, if you break the word down, the concept of Lucifer being the bearer of light, and what is light? Light is information, and when you break down the word Lucifer, you get Lucas, which is light, and cipher, which is code. So the code that bears the light, the code that bears the information, which is the internet, of course. And we need to look at the internet and see what the internet really is doing to our society. It's giving us all sorts of information, and it's giving us this massive interconnectivity. But what else is it doing for society? Is it doing good things, or is it doing bad things? And really, it all depends on how you look at it. But in order to really analyze what is actually going on with the internet and our relationship to the internet, again, you need to step back and look at things on a macro scale. You need to look at the bigger picture with all of this. And even in saying that, I mean, really, it isn't just the internet, it's computers themselves. What are we doing to ourselves, and what are we doing to our connection to reality by using computers for everything we do rather than using our hands and doing things that way? Everything we do now, we do in a virtual world. I mean, here I am recording this radio show on a virtual recording program, and it looks like a recording studio, but it's not. It just exists on my computer screen. It's got all the stuff there. I can pull up a mixer. It looks like a mixer. I've got patches and syncs and things I can create in it, like any type of recording studio you would have. I can have an effects rack. I can do all the things that I can do if I were to go to a real studio. But again, it doesn't exist. It's just here in the virtual world. It's not something I'm actually using my hands for. The only part of my hands I'm actually using for it is when I click the mouse. And it's like this with so many things, folks. Things are being removed from us and they're being replaced. Just normal everyday skills are being removed from us and they're being replaced. Education has certainly been replaced with whatever it is that we call it today, this indoctrination that people receive. And even if they do want to learn some particular skill, they can go to university for higher education, or they can do an apprenticeship for that education. But in that environment, they will only ever learn one skill. They'll never learn all the skills they need to survive in life. Skills that everybody used to have, and common things that people simply used to take for granted. Just things that we would learn how to do because, well, you need to learn how to look after yourself because that's what life's about. But we don't do that anymore. We get looked after by the system. But is it really being looked after, or is it a case of forced dependency? And that's something that people seriously need to look at, folks, because when you are dependent upon something for your survival, then you are completely disempowered and you are at the whim of whatever that thing is. And generally that's the way people are in the world today, because there are many people in the world today who simply would not know how to survive without the city and without the system being there. And there is so much of this dependency that's been created in the world today, and it happens on so many levels. Many people find it very difficult to read maps these days and to find their way around their own cities without their GPS giving them directions. It's a place that they live in, but they don't know how to actually navigate and get around by themselves. And they don't even attempt to think about it because they don't have to think about it, because their GPS will do it for them. Many people don't know how to grow their own food anymore because they can always just go to a supermarket and buy it. They don't know how to actually hunt or gather or even grow vegetables for themselves in a garden. Many don't even know how to make a garden because it isn't necessary for them to in these cities that they live in. Many people don't write anymore. They type. And even when they type and they send messages to each other, they don't really need to even know how to spell anymore because they have autocorrect and spell checkers that will do that for them. So they don't have to think about that. So they don't have to remember how to write their language. They don't have to remember how to spell their language. They've got computers to do that for them. What happens when they need to write something when they don't have a computer? What happens if they're in a situation, look, maybe a generation down the track, maybe 20 or 30 years from now, if there was to be some sort of an event, a cataclysm, or even simply if the power were to go out and someone needed to write a message to somebody else, how would they be able to do that if they don't have the skill to pick up a pen and write down a message and they don't even know how to spell the words that they're using? Perhaps they don't even know how to write because it's something that they've never done before. They may have seen the letters on the screen and been able to understand them, but being able to draw them in a coherent way that someone else will be able to read them is an entirely different thing. And as I said, folks, it's on so many levels. What happens when a person needs to find their way around somewhere and they don't have a GPS because the power's down? What happens when they need some food but the supermarkets don't have any? The thing is, most people just don't have the basic life skills to do anything anymore. The education system simply hasn't provided them with these things. And the education system itself has changed into a system of systematic child abuse. That's really what it is. Psychological abuse of children and the molding of children's minds and teaching them to be something that they're not. In fact, the education system seems to be geared more towards depopulation than anything else, and I think one of the most constructive things people could do for their children and for the future of the world would be to remove your children from the government-run education system and to create your own education system for these children. If the government legislature can't do that, then sack the government because they have no right to make any claims like this at all. We've got to realize what these people are, folks. These are people we employ to manage infrastructure, and at the moment, it's basically a criminal gang, and you don't have to do what they say, folks. What you need to do is grow a backbone and tell them to go take a hike and take control of your own lives again. I mean, that's what we all need to do. The forced destruction and dismantling of a child's natural sexuality seems to be very much on the agenda with schools now. In Canada, for example, they're forcing children from grade 1 up to grade 12 to participate in diversity training lectures. Now think about that one, diversity training, not being educated in diversity, but being trained in diversity. So they're kind of telling you what they're doing there. And this is happening without the express permission or prior knowledge of the parents. During these presentations, they show genitalia to primary, elementary and high school students, with many of the presenters making claims such as, "I don't have to be a boy to be your boyfriend." So again, we see the destruction of the male and the repression of the male. Of course, this is what happens when you elect a brain-dead, moronic little child, such as Justin Trudeau, as the Prime Minister of the country. I mean, this guy seriously needs to go back to school and learn how to communicate with adults. And there are also some provinces in Canada that have actually taken the position where they will press charges against parents who do not allow their children the right, they say, to choose their sex or affiliation. And they will charge these parents with child abuse. And these are kids that are too young to even know what sex is, ladies and gentlemen. But you get these kids and you train them to think any way you want, and you can get any kid to play pretend. I mean, it's make-believe. They enjoy these sorts of things. They give girls pretty things and pretty dolls, the stuff that the boys don't get. And of course, the boys are going to want the same things because they think it's cool to have them and they don't know any different. And this is the way they're being programmed. So children are literally being programmed into being homosexual by the education system. And they're doing it claiming it's about tolerance. And it's not about tolerance, folks. This is child abuse. This is psychological child abuse being manufactured by government and forced upon schools, forced upon parents. And any parents who complain about it are actually oppressed and called abusers and bigots and racists. And of course, this has nothing to do with race. But this is the situation that we are in today, folks. I mean, a child needs to be 18 years old before you're allowed to get a tattoo or you're allowed to drink, and yet you are allowed to undergo sexual mutation and change your gender as young as 5 years old. 5 years old. This is before you've got any concept of what sexuality is. And they're saying that children have the right to choose what gender they want to be at that age. And if you look at a lot of transsexual people now, people that have undergone sex changes, and they've got to a point where now they're grown up, they're saying, I really regret what I did. And yet this is being promoted to children too young to know what they're doing, simply by providing them with bright toys to play with. And of course, the children are going to go for the brighter toys. And if the girls are getting brighter toys than the boys, then the boys are going to want to be girls so they can get the same toys, because it's about pretend, it's about make-believe, and that's what children do. And really the scary part about this is that there's actually teachers in the schools that are teaching this to the children, and they're not complaining about it. And they're not informing the parents about it. And they're just saying, oh, well, I have to do it because I'm told to do so. What sort of brain-dead morons are these that are actually doing this and just saying, well, I must comply because I'm told to? And this is a teacher. This is someone who hasn't even got the ability to be able to think clearly or stand up for themselves, and they're teaching children. These people have no right to even be in the position of a teacher if this is what they're doing. I mean, anybody who isn't questioning this has no right to be a teacher. But this is what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and this is not education. This is systematic child abuse by government, and any politician that is supporting this needs to be lynched, needs to be removed from office, taken out the back of the building and hung, ladies and gentlemen. All of these politicians that are supporting this all around the world are toxic, child-abusing morons who should be removed from office. I've said so many times, folks, you want to save the world, let's get every politician on this earth, let's put them all on Christmas Island, we'll give them all a hammer and they can have their war. Because everything that is wrong with the world today is manufactured by politicians. When are we going to stop supporting this criminal cabal masquerading as governments in all of our countries? Because it's getting beyond a joke, ladies and gentlemen. It really is. We've got an election in Australia this month. You want to make a difference, folks? Don't go. Don't vote for any of these criminals. Just don't support these people. If you support government, you support organised crime. It's as simple as that. And if you vote for government, all you're doing is voting in a new CEO for the criminal cabal that is destroying your country and destroying your children. You're just approving of all this. That's what voting is. Government, folks. Government will be the death of mankind. It really will. And we've just got to look at the actions of Donald Trump. I mean, look at what this guy's doing now, posturing against Iran, sending bombers over there because Iran is such a threat to the world because it hasn't attacked anyone in 270 years, while America has been waging constant war around the world for almost 80 years now. 80 years of constant war. From the United State of terminal apathy that is America, and from the rogue terrorist state of Israel, almost 80 years of constant war and bloodshed in the name of creating peace and freedom around the world. When are the people going to decide they've had enough? And when are people going to stop believing that someone like Donald Trump is going to save the world when he isn't? I mean, Donald Trump is little more than Jared Kushner's sock puppet, and it's about time people realise that. I mean, how anyone could support the state of Israel is beyond all rhyme or reason. There was an interview I saw the other day, a man asking an Israeli government minister why they shot and killed so many protesters on the Palestinian border, on the Gaza border, and her response was, because we can't fit them all in jail. That is typical psychopathic Zionist logic for you folks. We murder them because we can't fit them all in jail. This is what Israel is. How anyone could support this terrorist, child-abusing culture is literally beyond rhyme or reason. But this is the rhetoric that Donald Trump sprouts because he is a Zionist sock puppet. The amount of destruction in Yemen, the amount of destruction we've seen across the Middle East with the full 100% support of this terminally stupid intellectual midget is absolutely shocking. And now he wants to start another war. I mean, Trump, go drown yourself. Do the world a favour and go put your head in a toilet and just keep flushing until you don't lift your head up. That would be a wonderful thing to do. You know, another war, we don't need another war, and we don't need another president that's going to just be manufacturing these wars and supporting the terrorism of Israel the way you are doing. Why don't you just go and grow a brain or something, learn how to think properly, just do a course on becoming human or something, or just remove yourself from the race, because we don't need you here. We don't want you here, and we don't require you. You're not doing anything good. All you're doing is shitting on the world the way all your predecessors have done, and perhaps you need to shit on yourself for a while. Go shit in your own bed and stop shitting in ours. Politicians, folks, brain-dead morons, the bane of the human race. And excuse my temper, but these people honestly get my blood up, and I find it enormously frustrating that people can't see the forest for the trees when looking at these criminals. Why anyone would trust a politician, why anyone would believe any politician is going to do anything good is seriously beyond me. Now, we're facing some really serious situations in the world today. We really are. As you can see, the education system gets me a little irate. I really don't like child abuse, and that's what I see this education system as being. But this is the state that we're in, and looking at it, folks, it becomes obvious that there is no remedy to be found in politics. I mean, like, we've been waging a war for 80 years, like I said. We got any remedy from politics on this matter so far? No, of course we haven't, because these are the ones who are starting all these wars. The only way we're ever going to get out of this situation is for people to stand up for themselves. And that's only going to happen if people remember who and what they are, which is why I do these radio shows. That's why I just encourage people to ask questions. I don't provide you with answers on the shows. I mean, it doesn't matter what I believe things are. It doesn't matter what I think the answers might be. What matters is that the people out there listening learn how to think again. The really important part is actually asking the questions to begin with. The problem is that people just don't question anything. That's why the world is in the state that it's in. People just blindly believe. People just blindly accept what they're given. The government says, oh, you must do this now. And they go, oh, gee, okay, I don't really want to, but if you say so, I will. And so the world continues to deteriorate. And it's not going to change. Nothing's going to change from politics. It doesn't matter if you even create a political party and get in there. If you create a political party and enter politics and go into government with anything in mind other than completely undermining and pulling the system down so it doesn't exist anymore, then you're just going to end up being part of the problem, and it's not going to solve anything, because we don't need government. Government is the source of all of our problems. And it's about time people realise that. It's government that is bringing about this whole smart social crediting system and everything that is being introduced to lock us down. It is government that has introduced the legislation that is removing us of all of our life skills to begin with and creating this dependency upon the system. It's government that's doing the whole thing, folks. And again, it's because we've lost touch of ourselves. And that is the problem. But anyway, I think we've reached break time here, folks. So thank you for joining me on the air today. It's always a pleasure to have your company. Sorry about my angry rant there, but well, like I said, it does get to me. But we'll take a break now, and I'll be back to speak to you in a few minutes. Don't go away, because I've got plenty more to come. And welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. So getting back to the loss of life skills and the loss of services and the loss of things that are part of our everyday lives that this smart grid is becoming, because that's what it is. It's basically taking stuff away from us. You're seeing cash gradually getting phased out as well. I shop in cash all the time, folks. I never shopped with a card. I've never bought anything with a card. I always go to an ATM, I draw cash out, and I shop with that. I usually draw out $50 notes, but I've noticed for the last 2 weeks when I've gone to draw any money out of a machine, I've only been able to get $20 notes. It seems like 50s are being removed from the machines because they want to make it inconvenient for you to go and get something like $1,000 out of a machine. You can't do that if you're going to be carrying around 50 notes in your wallet. It's just inconvenient. So they want you to see it as something inconvenient and to move towards shopping with a card so they can introduce their whole social crediting system to go with it. And then removing all of these sorts of things from our lives, folks. As I was seeing in a report recently, they're saying that in a very few years they will not even have landlines hooked up to houses because everyone will be using cell phones, everyone will be using the internet, everyone will be using Siri or Alexa for communication and for shopping, and so you won't need a landline. But again, what happens if there's an event? What happens if there's some form of cataclysm or just something happens? What happens if the power goes out and you can't call anybody because you don't have any landlines anymore? You have no communication. You have no way of knowing what's actually going on. What happens if you get down on social credit scores and you get locked out of the system and you have no way of alerting people to the fact that you're locked out of your accounts, that you're locked out of your life? All you can do is wander around the street and hope to run into somebody, and if you do run into somebody, chances are they won't want to talk to you anyway because your social credit points are low, and chances are you'll get picked up by a surveillance camera anyway, and they'll say, well, here's an undesirable, look how low he is on his social credit points. Obviously, we've locked his accounts, we've locked his access to the internet, we've locked his ability to use his car or to access his house, so obviously he's going to end up as a problem, so we may as well pick him up now and put him into the smart prison system. And how would you ever alert people to the fact that this is happening to you? You simply won't have the means to do so, because all of these services are being removed from people right under their noses, and they're becoming completely dependent upon the internet for all their communication. I mean, if you need to make a phone call and you haven't got a smartphone, go and see how easy it is to find a public phone box anywhere these days. And what do you think that's really about? You know, we're being led into a smart system, and we're going to be completely dependent upon this smart system, and our dependency is going to be determined on how well we behave according to government guidelines. Think about it. Look at what these governments are doing. Look at how child abuse is now part and parcel with the education system, and really think about it. What's going to happen if you criticize government? Suddenly you can't access your house or do anything simply because you've questioned what these people are teaching your children at school? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Think about where we're being led. This is not a good move, folks. This is not a very intelligent thing for people to be doing, to be allowing their lives to be pushed in this direction where it is all about total control and total surveillance and total obedience to a higher authority, which claims to be that authority, when it is this same authority that is waging war and destroying human rights all over the world and abusing our children with this education system, poisoning with all these foods and vaccines and all the stuff they're doing. These people, folks, are the ones that are saying that you must kowtow to them and obey them in everything they do, and that is not what we elect governments to do. That is the problem. And the only way we're going to get through this is if people wake up to what is happening and stand up and do something about it now. Throw away your smartphone, folks. Throw away this smart system. Disconnect yourself from the smart system. Don't use self-service machines in shops. Don't shop at shops that don't accept cash. Don't shop with credit cards, and stop complying with your own slavery, because very soon you're not going to have a choice. Very soon we're going to be in a system that will be almost impossible to escape from, simply because we didn't pay attention at the times we should have. People were too busy with their heads down rabbit holes. They were too busy arguing about the shape of the earth or trying to discover who eliminated our history. I mean, we know it's changed. That's all we need to know, folks. We know that our history is a lie. What happened, we will never know until we establish freedom. Doesn't matter what theories anybody puts forth. You're putting the cart before the horse. We need to realize that these mysteries exist. All of these problems exist because we are not free. And many people can see that now. You know, we've got the internet, we've got all of these tools at our disposal here. If we could just get some unity and some focus on freedom, then we could establish some freedom. You know, like I said earlier, stop wanting to be right in everything that you're looking at. It doesn't matter who's right. What matters is that we establish freedom, so then we won't have to argue about things. The truth will reveal itself because we'll actually have access to our lives again, which we don't have at the moment. You know, we kept running on a treadmill thinking that all this stuff we do actually means something when it doesn't. We go to these works and work these jobs that we hate, doing things that we don't want to do, that are completely unnecessary for the survival of the species anyway, completely unnecessary for the survival of our lives. The only thing that makes it necessary is because we have to pay to be alive. So we've got to do anything we can to go and collect those credits so that we can buy the food that is around us in abundance if we would just pay attention to the earth. But we're so disconnected from the earth, and we're stuck into these cities, and we're stuck into this state of dependency. So all we do is continue to foster that. And it's ridiculous, folks. You know, if we were to step back and just really look at things on a larger scale, I mean, this whole situation is so stupid. It is so toxic, and it is so contrived that just, I don't know, it frustrates me that people can't see it. It really does. But we're at a turning point. We're at a really, really crucial time, folks. I mean, I've been screaming out this message on air for 10 years. I've been screaming out this message for my whole life, for the last 40 years. But I've been doing it pretty solidly on air for the last 10 because it's imperative that people see what's coming. And it's getting to the point now where the door is swinging shut very, very rapidly. It's happening in all our countries, and it's coming to a country near you. If it isn't there yet, then it's coming. That's the issue. And the only thing that can stop it is public awareness. We've got to get some focus on what is really going on and stop arguing about all these rabbit holes we've got our heads down. Stop allowing ourselves to be distracted and focus on some of the real details and the real issues that we have here, ladies and gentlemen. We really do. We just don't get focus on the real issues and we lose so many opportunities. This is what frustrated the living hell out of me with Christchurch. The fake brigade out there distracting people when the video shows the government was corrupt. It shows the government did it, and we could have used that to bring down the New Zealand government and expose all world governments for the crimes that they commit. But no, the fake brigade wanted to shift focus and turn it into a spy novel version of the truth, where people just sit there eating popcorn waiting for the next installment and waiting to be saved. And it's ridiculous. We need to get some focus. We just don't get any focus on the real issues. And most of the people in the truth movement are just setting themselves up as gurus. No one really wants to go out there and get active. They just want to have their listener base online. They should go out there in the real world and get active. That's what I do, folks. I get out and I get as active as I can, trying to change things. And that's the way we're going to make a difference, not by just sitting here and postulating on what our opinion is and arguing over how we are right on everything that we think. We lose these opportunities such as we did with Christchurch, which is just disappearing now into the memory hole. And here's an event that we had extra workers there. We even got a car registration number that we could have used, but nobody wanted to focus on it. And so we lost that opportunity, as we've lost so many others. We lose them all because everyone just wants to be right on whatever they're speculating. They get these things and they postulate and then they argue with anyone who disagrees with them. And that's not the issue. That's not what it's about. It doesn't matter who's right. The issue is freedom. Freedom for all people. And it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter what race, what culture, what creed, what religion. Your situation has been contrived for you. Your government's corrupt. Doesn't matter where you come from. Your government's corrupt, because just the fact that it's there indicates it's corrupt, because we don't need these people. And everybody is programmed into the mentality that they have. That's the problem, the incredible amount of programming that we see in the world. Even with the Israeli-Palestinian situation, I'm always outspoken against Israel. I have been for years and years and years. But even in saying that, I can appreciate that the people in Israel that are carrying out all these atrocities against the Palestinian people are doing so because they're programmed to do so. They believe this ridiculous doctrine that's been taught to them. They believe all of this ridiculous religious rubbish and all of this fake history that's been taught to them, and so they use it to go out and kill other people because they think they're supposed to, because that's the way they're taught to think. And it's the same with everybody. All these people are programmed into what they do by the psychopaths and criminals masquerading as government in all of our countries. And look what they're doing now with the children. They're being programmed into being homosexual, even if they're not, just through playing pretend at school. This is how bad it's becoming, folks. And really what it's all about, like I said, it's about depopulation, because homosexual people don't breed. Transgender people don't breed. You look at the vaccines, what this is doing, creating autistic people, they rarely breed. You look at the sperm count dropping. You look at the testosterone levels dropping. You look at the estrogen levels rising in everybody. You look at the amount of cancers that are happening. The earth is being depopulated, and our governments are doing it deliberately. And anybody who tries to speak out against
Hi everyone, this is episode 2 of Caravan of Consciousness. In today's show, I interview Santos Bonacci. Santos is an astrotheologist, syncretist, astrologer, accomplished musician, multilinguist, animal rights activist, truth seeker, and all-round good guy of benefic Jupiterian vibration. Santos can be found on his YouTube channel at Mr. Astrotheology. He also has the website universaltruthschool.com and can be found on Facebook and Twitter. I will leave links in the description to all Santos's contact details, and I hope you enjoy the show.
Okay, I
here today. It is Monday the 1st of April and we're up at Maroochydore at the Cafe Nurture with Santos Bonacci. Hi Santos.
Hey.
Just going to ask Santos a few little questions, just have a little bit of an informal interview here for my podcast, Caravan of Consciousness. Okay, so first of all, Santos, when did you first realise that the world wasn't what it seems? Did you realise what from a child, or was it something that sort of came to you in later years?
Yeah, in stages, I would have to say. I have been semi-awake most of my life, but that's very different to being fully awake.
Yeah.
So, for instance, in '92, when my son was born, I knew not to vaccinate him. So he's unvaccinated. He's 26 now. Very healthy, very happy. So that's one of the things that I can point to that shows that I was using my own mind when it comes to health. But at the same time, other areas were still dormant as to the world and its true machinations. So, for instance, I was going to dentists at the same time getting root canals.
Yeah.
So, whether it's a layer of this world, one layer at a time, and where I am now, I can definitely say I'm way more advanced than any of the previous years.
Yeah.
But there's still more layers. Definitely, there's more layers. Yeah. So, that answer, I have to say that for this current awareness state that I'm in, that journey would have started in 2007, to be very specific.
Yeah.
That's when I woke up.
Yeah.
In a big way.
Yeah.
I read a book by Andrew Carrington. What's his name? Anyway, he wrote the book The Synagogue of Satan. I read that in 2007. It was about the Rothschild control and domination of the financial system and all of the assets of the world.
Yeah.
And that set me on a path. And then from there on, I just started ordering books on Amazon, one at a time. Almost every day I had books coming to me. Got a massive pile of books at home. All good books.
Yeah.
I've never read a fiction book in my life.
Yeah.
One was given to me when I went from primary school to secondary school. I was given a gift. That's the only fiction book I have ever read.
Yeah.
Everything else, it's all science and knowledge-based.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the next question I've got for you is, can you define astrotheology?
All right, well, astro is the same as astor, stars, and theology, well, we know what that is. So astrotheology indicates that there is an astral light, God is light, source for our theology.
Yeah.
Our theology is not based on hocus pocus, blind belief. It's based on the stars, astrotheology.
Yeah.
And astrology is the sister of astrotheology. And what exactly is it? Well, it's where you show how mankind, in their wisdom, encoded all of our holy books with personifications for the natural elements, which we call God.
Yeah.
The Netas, the Egyptians called them, the nature, angels.
Yeah.
And so we attribute these transcendental forces to the gods. And they are what? Well, the scriptures tell you, they are light.
Yeah.
Just as we are light bodies. You've got a beautiful light body there, it's radiating, you're alive, breathing.
Yeah.
That's light. It's a light and sound show. Everywhere you look, there's a child of light.
Yeah.
This is a child of light, this smartphone.
Yeah.
See? Because when the scriptures say, and the word was made flesh, but the word is sound, obviously.
Yeah.
And flesh, this is flesh.
Yeah. Solidity.
Cymatics.
Yeah.
This is brought to you by sound and light.
Yeah.
Sonoluminescence. Therefore, that's the word made flesh.
Yeah.
And so, when you go to church, you go to a pastor. Well, why doesn't he talk about the asters?
Yeah.
because they are lying cowards, deceivers, and they're hiding the fact that the Bible is all about astrology and astrotheology, because it doesn't suit them to teach people the truth. It suits them to keep them blind and stupid in their churches and waiting for a vicarious salvation rather than doing the good works and saving themselves from their poor health, their bad diets and their evil vices, which haven't transmuted into virtues due to laziness.
Yes. So the next question, which pretty much ties in with what you were just saying, is can you define syncretism?
Easy. The ability to merge all fields of knowledge, syncretize them.
Yeah. So bringing everything back to that one, like drawing from all different teachings, all different styles, all different theologies, and bringing it back to the one.
Philosophies, fields of knowledge, sciences, they all come back to one. They all come back to the torus field, which is the atom, which is energy, which is consciousness, which is God, and everything else. The torus field. And when you know how the torus field works, it works, the energy is propagated through the sine wave, and the sine wave has 12 parts to it, which correspond to the 12 signs of the zodiac. Then you understand the energy and how energy is a 12ness. That's why your heart chakra has 12 petals. And Jesus of the Sacred Heart is always pointing to the heart. He's pointing here. Why? Well, because he's got his 12 disciples. A chakra means a disc. And a disciple, so Jesus of the Sacred Heart, Leo, the lion of the tribe of Judah, has always got 12. It's 12 green. The green heart chakra is 12 petaled disc. And those are the 12 apostles. And so it's teaching you about, green light and all of this. And so this is our true science. It's real science, the torus field, the Torah. If you're going to be a good disciple, you have to study the torus field or the Torah. Same thing.
And we each individually have our own torus field as well as there is the universal torus field.
Yes, your torus field is called a torso.
Yes.
It's the same word. And you have an anatomy. Atoms. All is atum. You see? When you spread your arms horizontally across, your body's in the shape of a T. That's the tomb that come from the womb. So you come from a womb, and then you end up in a tomb that, funnily enough, looks like a womb. Why do the tombstones look like wombs? Because it's telling you light is the creator, and when light enters into an atom, it becomes entombed. And it does its function, and then it releases its light back to the source when it's finished its function. And so your life is that function. There's a big sine wave for your life, and when it ends, when you're 146 or something and you die of old age, well, that's your sine wave. And in the middle, there's all these other little sine waves: family events, marriages, divorces, children being born, grandchildren, etc. Sickness, disease, overcoming your disease. All those events, they're all in the sine wave. Because there's one pulse, one sine wave for your life. And it's expressed through 12 stages. And and inside that sine wave, there will be packets of other waves. Nested in there, embedded in the sine wave, and of all these other little things that you do. And they'll all be similar little sine waves, because it's self-similar. So this life of yours, you'll find that there's all these little repeat cycles. Every January you move house, or every February you find that you get a new job, and you'll find that February always brings the same events. My computer broke down on February the 6th last year, and now it's February the 7th, and it broke down. I've had that for 10 years running. I had breakdowns of my computer every March around the equinox for about 10 years. When you look at your chart, you'll see why. Because at that particular time, right, the sun is actually transiting the 8th house of tragedy, misfortune, death. And it's always happening at the same time around the year. Well, these repeat cycles that are happening in that one big wave of your life, those little packets, they're all coming true too. So once you're aware of those little packets, you can modify them and rule your stars.
Rather than them rule you.
That's right.
So
the wise man.
It's all about being aware. Once you're aware of the patterns, you can then work towards
modifying them to your advantage. Everything is about modifying energy. There's only one thing to do here in this world. Thing to do here in this world to understand how to manipulate magnetic energy. There's such a thing in magnetism in the toroidal field which is called precession. It's called electromagnetic or gyromagnetic precession. So every torus field has a center and the energy reciprocates. It goes like this. It goes in that, in the vortex, and then out the other side of the vortex. It's reciprocating. But you can't make anything with just reciprocating energy. It has to precess. So what you'll see is these donut torus fields, and the energy's going like that, and then it's also going around like that. So it's precessing. And it's that rate of precession that makes magnetism have a different dynamic. You can manipulate that rate. You can slow down. It's called the Lamua frequency, or electromagnetic retardation. Okay, so if you can manipulate that, you've got all the magic power that the Creator has at your fingertips. Because then you can manipulate magnetism, and that's the most beautiful thing, that the Creator allows us to do that. We can have floating anti-gravity technology if we only learn that one thing, how to manipulate.
And we have we have had these things consciously before, haven't we? Like, we've gone through cycles with humanity where we have had been able to levitate, been able to use our full faculties and functions, and it's only in sort of probably relatively recent times that we've fallen back into sort of the dark ages, I guess, spiritual.
It's when this satanic demonic infiltration of the earth occurred, probably in its current incarnation, or in the middle of the 1800s, when the free energy magnetic energy system that was worldwide was destroyed by the industrialists, by the Jesuits and the Jewish Sanhedrin, the Khazarians. They saw the peace of the world and the free energy that we had and the health, etc., and they set about infiltrating all of our organisations, health organisations, religious, Christianity, Islam, financial. Everything was infiltrated and corrupted to extract energy from humanity and channel it into these, let's call them entities for now. You can point your finger left, right and centre. There's the Bilderbergers, there's the Trilateral Commission, there's the Council on Foreign Relations, there's all of these, the think tanks of the Club of Rome, all of these Bilderbergers and criminal enterprises. These are all greedy, demonic, elite families who have nothing better to do than to plunder and pillage and destroy humanity. They are satanic in that they are Saturnian, whereas we, the good people, we are Jupiterian. There's two classes, there's two twins, there's two brothers on this earth, Cain and Abel. You know, Jacob and Esau. There's always the twins, Castor and Pollux, and one is always killing his brother. Well, this is the Saturnians against the Jupiterians. The Jupiterians are benefic, as in astrology. Jupiter is a benefic, and Saturn is a malefic. Very important to understand what that means and all of its implications, because from those two planets come all of every contrasting dichotomy and every paradox in the universe. Satan is Paul, Apollo, the Church of St. Paul. Peter, Jupiter is the church of Saint Peter. That's why they're always stealing from Peter to give to Paul. Okay, so it's this war of Peter and Paul. And it's Pollux and Castor. Pollux is Paul, and Castor is Jupiter. You'll see the names. Every word speaks to you, and you can see hiding behind the word. Always.
Because we've really lost
the root.
The art of knowing the roots of language. I think a lot of people just talk without realising the etymology and that words actually have meaning. Because it's a lot of the New Age movement have brought awareness to the fact that thoughts are things and words create, but I don't think they realise to the level and get down to the actual roots of the language. Do you feel that the English language is the bastardised language?
Legalese is not English.
Yeah.
Most people who think they're speaking English are not. They're speaking legalese. Okay, so as for these people who like to tell you that English was created for the purpose of enslavement, these people have got nothing better to do than to be stupid. English is English, angelish. It's the language of the stars. It's the best language, bar none.
It's just been...
Bar none. I speak many languages. I've done public speaking in Italian, Portuguese, Spanish. I've done many presentations of syncretism in those languages. Nothing is comparable to English. English is the language of angels. It's not Hebrew, it's not Greek, it's not Sanskrit. It's English. English is not bastardised at all whatsoever, except for in the Bar Society, who are a criminal, satanic, plundering society of demons. And they have given us legalese, and we speak that rubbish.
Which brings me to my next point. You were involved a few years ago with the Freeman movement, or you had some sort of dealings with the law and common law. Would you want to touch a little bit on that, how you came to be aware of that and sort of...
Yep, well, with everything, when you're researching, sovereignty's got to be a part of it, because it's the key to freedom. So 10 years ago, when I started discovering that too, I started joining groups and going around Melbourne, you know, learning from people who were more advanced than me, and just keeping very, very busy and active in that part of my awakening. So it's always been a big part. Then what I learned, I put into videos. So in 2011, I started making videos, which I included also the subject of sovereignty. So a lot of people out there on the internet probably just know those presentations that I've done, and they've not seen anything on astrology or health or astrotheology or white tantric sacred sex and all the other subjects that I do. So they just know me for that, and that's fine, because that's a good subject. See, in the scriptures, the Lord of the universe, as they call him Jesus, he came to teach us two things, not one. Not how to be saved spiritually and be a priest, but also how to be a king. And he in fact promises in the scriptures that we will be kings and priests with Christ for 1,000 years. This simply means that the message of Christ is a message of sovereignty and how to be free and how to pay to Rome their taxes. Pay to Rome what belongs to them, but give unto the Creator spirituality what belongs to the Creator. So in other words, how to be in the world but be no part of it. And so he was teaching the true way of sovereignty. When he was interviewed, questioned by Pontius, he replied with questions. He didn't answer anybody's questions because he was the king. When he walked on water, he was trying to tell his disciples that you have to walk on maritime waters. You don't swim in them, because the maritime Roman system is an enslavement system, and he was walking on the waters. So the Apostle Peter, he thought, oh Lord, I see you walking on water. Can I do this too? And Jesus says, yeah. So he walks on the water and he's, oh wow, I'm also walking on the water like my Lord.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, he started doubting. And he started sinking in the water.
Yeah.
You see? Because remember where Jesus came from was all the disciples in the boat were sleeping. You see, in their citizenship,
Yeah.
everyone is sleeping. So Jesus saw that they were sleeping, and then there was a storm out. So he started walking on the waters.
Yeah.
Because those waters are stormy. So he's teaching us.
Yeah.
And that's when he says, in my name only you shall be saved. Because we have a Christian name, mine is Santo,
Yeah.
and we have a surname, a surety name, not for usufruct, but for usury, and that's called Santo Bonacci. Now, I didn't crown copyright Bonacci, nor did I crown copyright the all-caps name Santo Bonacci that the government communicates with me.
Yeah.
The all capita diminutia maxima letters, dog Latin. So what was he teaching? He was saying, don't use that name. If you want to use your surname, you'll go surety, because it's a surety, sure name.
Yeah. So when you're using only a Christian name, that's when you're
saved from the maritime waters.
Yeah.
You see? And there are many things in there which show clearly that there are two archetypes of Jesus, the sovereign and the king.
Yeah.
The priest, sorry, those are the same thing, the sovereign and the king. The priest and the king. And that's, he's teaching us that to be spiritual and to ascend, like he said to Nicodemus, you have to raise up the serpent, the Kundalini serpent, as Moses did in the wilderness. He raised up the serpent, and you have to lift up the Son of Man, the Kundalini. You've got to lift it up through proper practices if you want to be born again. You see? So he's teaching you how to be a priest, and he's teaching you how to be a king. But what do they see in church about Jesus? Oh, submit to the government. Oh, Romans chapter 12 says you've got to submit to the authorities of this world. It's because you're submitting to God, and blah, blah, blah. Pay your taxes and just take it. And that's not the message of Jesus. The message of Jesus was shun this world, get out of it.
Now, when and how did you come across the flat Earth truth, or the
well, I've known it since I was a little.
Remembering of the flat Earth.
Yeah, the remembering, good one. Yep. Well, I've known about the flat Earth, of course, since I was a little boy, because I was intelligent and I did my own thinking and reading. The only thing is, I used to laugh at it. As a Jehovah's Witness all my life growing up, we would laugh at it, you know. You see how stupid the ancients were? They used to believe that the Earth was flat and stationary. When Copernicus came around 500 years ago, funded by the Jesuits, who only teach lies, and he told us the truth. Didn't he? Of course Copernicus is a truth teller. Funny about his name, it's got Nick in it 2 times. Saint Nick is the devil, eh? Nicholas Copernicus. They're telling you who's teaching you the bullshit story of the Santa Globe, and that is Saint Nick himself, the Jesuits. And then Galileo Galilei comes along. Now, I've pointed this out in my presentation. Galileo and Galilee, which reminds you of Jesus walking on the circuit of Galilee. Well, when you look up Galilee, that word, it means to rotate, to move, the circuit of the zodiac. What's Jesus doing with 12 signs? Disciples walking on the circuit of the zodiac, called the Circuit of Galilee. According to Strong's Concordance, I'm not saying that. I don't want to say anything that might disturb anyone. They can be disturbed by looking at their Strong's Concordance and seeing that Jesus is the Son, and the 12 disciples are just that, the 12 months of the year and the 12 signs of the zodiac, period. So when they tell you that Galileo Galilei, which means moving, rotating man, fiction, Jesuit, they're trying to tell you the joke's on you, you idiots, because the last words he said when he recanted was, e pur si muove, which means in English, and yet it moves. So he's famous for this moving that he says, oh yes, it moves, the earth moves, the zombie idiot Jesuit liar.
Yeah.
And yet that's what Galileo means, to rotate, to move, to rotate. And these Jesuits are just laughing at us there.
Yeah.
Got all these morons, these bacon-eating, swine eaters. They're going around saying, oh yes, Galileo, he's the one who recanted and said that the earth moves. The joke's on you. It's Santa Galileo, and it's Santa Copernicus and the Santa Globe.
Yeah.
The joke's on these idiots.
Yeah.
So I stopped laughing about it in 2014. When some very intelligent people all around the world were sending me the latest stuff. And at first I'd look for 5 or 10 minutes and I just...
Yeah.
The reality of it, even if it were true, at the time, I thought, well, I've been laughing at this. I remember knocking on people's doors thousands of times over the decades as a Jehovah's Witness, in English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, and all the languages I used to go visiting people with, telling them that, we have scientific evidence now that the earth is a globe, blah, da, 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 and the Bible even teaches it, blah, da, da, all of that BS. But I stopped laughing when I realised I can't continue writing back to these people and saying, oh, this flat earth is bullshit, It's obvious that I just couldn't do that.
Yeah.
And go to sleep and then wake up the next day and say, oh, I'm Santos Bonacci and I'm a truther.
Yeah.
And just send emails back to these beautiful people, far more intelligent and awakened than me, trying to wake me up from my stupid Santa Ball teachings in my astrotheology.
Yeah.
So I did the due diligence.
Yeah.
And now I know,
looked into it,
like all scientists, real scientists know, according to tests, repeatable, provable, verifiable, that the Earth is stationary.
Yeah. So, the next question, are you Mandela affected? That seems to be a big thing that's talked about a lot on Teresa channels at the moment, about the Mandela effect. So
are you asking, do I see the Mandela effect? Have I looked into it and everything?
Have you looked into it? Have you had any instances where you have had things change that you knew were a certain way and now apparently in this reality they've never been that way?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, for sure. And I understand it probably different to other people, differently. I have my own take on it.
Yeah.
And one of those takes is that within the system, that the agenda people, like transgender, what other agendas? I mean, I can't think right now, but those people there, when they make a product, they always do it on a spiritual level. So if they name their company, they will use symbols, like the symbols we see around.
Yeah.
And symbols have many meanings, you see. So what they do is, like, they'll make a movie and they'll have a different ending, and they'll archive that. Like Casablanca, for instance. Remember the famous second ending that supposedly didn't end up at the... So the 1942 film, one of my favourite films, Casablanca. Anyway, it was famous that there was a second ending. It wasn't supposed to end so tragically. They did a better ending, a happier ending, but then no one ever saw it.
Yeah.
But it's
yeah.
They do so many takes.
Yeah.
They do so many takes. They don't just do one take of every scene you see in the movies. There's probably about, sometimes they do up to hundreds, tens to get it right. And with all the editing materials that they've got, they are able to make not a second or a third version, they can make many, many, many different Forrest Gumps. Not just the two.
Yeah.
They can do this. And how do they do it? By going back in time? That's a trick.
Yeah, because people have said that they've, and I've actually experienced this myself, that books or DVDs or CDs that we've had on our bookshelves for the last 2 or 3 decades or whatever, and we know they were a certain way, and we can go and grab our movies now and put them in, and they're different. So they have changed even within our homes. So
yep. So, having explained it the first way, now I would like to explore that way, that that there's a time jumping thing going on as well. So there's two things happening, and I know. But as for actually changing everything, these people, you have to understand, there is advanced technology, which is has to do with time travel. It's not a fantasy. It's not at all. There is this technology, and what they do, like in the Bible, for instance, this is called the Ark of the Covenant. You see, it was a device. It was known that it was not just an ornamental thing. It had religious significance. They knew it was a device. Because everywhere they transported this thing, certain symptoms would happen. For instance, it's said that there was a temple that the Philistines, they stole the Ark of the Covenant and they took it to their country, and everyone was getting piles. So I think there was about the city's inhabitants, there was 3,000 people overnight. They had these piles or something. They have the technology. And they use it to do things like that. And so it's easy to go back in time and insert a virus, a program that is similar but different. Just a different frequency. And who knows? They may actually physically change the wording of a movie or the title of a movie, or the name of the biscuit brand, Bragg's becomes Bragg. And all of these things. So, Looney Tunes becomes Looney Tunes, etc. I think that's going on. I'm not well versed in this. There's a lot of other people who have studied it a lot deeper, but that's what I'm suspecting. There's definitely technology to do these things, and then there's more sort of explainable techniques that they're doing as well, implementing those to confuse us and give us, like a wrong memory syndrome.
And there could be a lot of things going on at one time as well. They could be doing certain things so that people that are looking into it can go down a line of thought and then try and prove it, and then all of a sudden it's changed back.
That's right.
And so they're toying with us as well, I think.
That's right.
And causing confusion and...
In Hollywood, in the Hollywood of Hollywood, they don't just do things straightforward. There's all bewitchment involved in everything they do. Every sentence that is spoken out of Hollywood products, every picture on the wall that you see in all the scenes, if you just stop and pause every frame of any Hollywood film and you look around and you look for symbols and study the expressions and everything and look carefully like some people are doing, you'll find the many, many, many layers. It's absolutely... You would be staggered to think how these people actually think of all these things and put so much hidden stuff in the movies. It's because that's why they bother to make movies. They don't want to make movies for your entertainment.
It's all
They don't want to entertain you.
Indoctrination.
They give you a program, TV program. You're going to get your ass programmed.
Okay. Now, I heard you say a while ago on one of your podcasts that you have been what's called a targeted individual. Did you want to talk a little bit about that?
Now, we all are, so I'm not special, but in some instances I feel that I have been specially targeted and picked out. And that's obvious to anyone who knows me and what I've been through in the last 10 years. The 2 times that I've been locked away, for instance, for nothing, no crime, but just for not making, Big Brother happy and conforming like I should be. And other things like that, like the itching that I've had for decades, which has increased, funnily enough, in 2007 when I first started researching. It's interesting that the itch just it exponentially just got vicious on me. Whereas prior to that, for I remember 15 years having that skin irritation as well.
Yeah.
It was manageable. You know, I'd lose probably 2 or 3 nights a week to sleep because of not being able to sleep, and sometimes it was 2 nights a week, sometimes 3 nights. That's the worst that we would ever get.
Yeah.
But since 2007, you know, it could be explainable by many other ways of explaining it. Maybe I just got unhealthy. Maybe I'm extra sensitive to EMF frequencies. Maybe something happened. I had food poisoning. I don't know.
Yeah.
But when I talk to people who know they're targeted individuals and that, all the symptoms are the same.
Yeah.
So what'll happen was, I'll go to bed, and the moment I'm just about to fall asleep, this insidious, almost intelligent, creepy, crawly, ticklish itch under the skin. 1 minute it'll be here, next minute it's in my ear, then it's on my toe, then it's on my back, and I have to, and the torture begins.
Yeah.
And I'll sit there for hours itching, and I'll just, sleep deprivation has been the order of the day for the last 12 years.
Yeah. Have you had ringing in the ears as well, or anything like that?
No, but funny, definitely
that bushy
yes,
feeling, yeah.
That's the only thing that I can point to that might be, proof or evidence that I'm a targeted individual. Now, I said that we all are, because the EMF, the G5 that's coming, the chemtrails, or let's call it the geoengineering, chemtrails is a naughty word apparently.
Yep.
Upsets a lot of people.
Yeah.
And all of these pollutants, I'm sure that even if I'm not a targeted individual and I'm special and that, someone's out to get me, I'm sure I'm sensitive to the EMF. I can feel it.
Yeah.
I know, when I do this, if I do, which I don't, on my ear, because I've got to listen to someone who I can hardly hear, sometimes I have to put it to my ear.
Yeah. Within
Seconds, there's a burning all around here.
Yeah.
And that's sensitivity.
Yes.
So,
I think the more awakened, the more aware we become, the more sensitive we are to these things. Do you find that?
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, as I said, I started waking up in 2007 and my itch increased.
Yeah.
The torture increased.
Yeah.
So, either it's a manifested thing and there's no outside targeting stuff going on, or it is that, or both.
Yeah.
But definitely what I'm going through, many targeted individuals are going through.
Yeah.
This Morgellons, nanoparticle under the skin fibres creeping and crawling under the skin.
Yeah.
And not knowing why and understanding. I've put all kinds of oils on my skin, like this beautiful one you just gave me as a gift, thank you very much.
Yep.
Which has got, what do you got, coconut oil, how do you call it,
Fractionated coconut oil.
Fractionated coconut oil.
Yeah, so it won't solidify, it'll stay in the oil state.
Yep, yeah, so it's not saturated.
No,
yeah. So you've got lavender, frankincense, myrrh, sandalwood, juniper berry, marjoram, and your love.
Yes.
And so, now, this is going to help, no doubt about it. Like all the other oils that people send me from all around the world, soaps, shampoos, well-intentioned, and they're great, they help.
Yeah.
Nothing fixes this itch.
Yeah.
So, but it does help. Everything helps, but it seems nothing heals. So I worked out why. And we'll get to that in a minute because I know you're going to ask that question because you said you would.
Well, we can lead into that now.
No, I'll just drop it now and then we can discuss it in time. But fasting is health, not eating. Eating, what I've discovered, eating is death. Simple. So we'll get to that in a minute. But I've discovered this, and it is a truth that is more important than any other truth right now for people. So I really want to talk about this.
Yep, that's fine. We'll get to that. I think we're just about there. So, the next question is how long have you been vegan, and was it an easy transition? And then we can lead into you talking about your fasting.
Yeah, okay, so vegan, I don't really think of myself as a vegan. The only reason why I would tell anyone or indicate to anyone that I'm vegan is because I really am a voice for animals and love animals and would never ever eat an animal. But I consider myself to be more, I've always called myself a vegetarian. But now, with my new discoveries...
I think vegan's a dirty word, isn't it, to most people out there?
Well,
it's
like everything, isn't it?
It's tainted.
There's always
and
these...
there's this vegan agenda now.
So, and then people look at that, and of course that's what it was designed to do, to get semi-awakened people who are starting to think, to look and say, oh yeah, well that's co-opted by the, it's all Hollywood vegan rubbish. No, we're meat eaters. That's what we learned when we were in kindergarten, and the Bible tells us we can eat chicken bum, cow bum, horse bum, and pig bum, whereas it doesn't. And so these people, they will stop because everything's been co-opted. Christianity has, health has, now it's gone allopathic, and they actually will kill you if you try and be a homeopath. You get killed. That's how important it is to go the wrong way in this world, and eating meat, for instance, and eating all kinds of aberrations and disgusting, murderous diets of human beings. And so, they've been taught these things as true. And so they've been deceived. So what I've found is that I prefer the expression plant-based or vegetarian rather than vegan. But I also like to use vegan because, again, yes, it has got its bad side, but it's also got its very, very, very good side. And that is that it is a diet that respects other living beings and doesn't decide, oh, that animal hasn't got a name, it hasn't got a voice, so I'm just going to slit its throat and eat its bum. Hey, what right do you have to save a dog, spend thousands of dollars in hospital saving your stupid dog in the friggin' at the vets, and then go and killing one of God's calves and just slitting its throat and putting it down your gluttonous throat just so you can get bowel cancer? Because we're stupid. But there you go, we've got stupid on top of stupid, and you've got the blind leading the blind. And so you've got nutritionists saying, oh, you need pork and cheese and dairy products to balance your diet. No, you don't. You need fruit and herbs, idiot. You don't put diesel in a petrol car. You'll destroy it. You don't put vegetables in a frugivore body. Squirrels eat nuts. Lions eat animals. Rabbits eat roots. Freaking carrots and potatoes. They are not our foods. We can't digest them. They ferment. And we're killing, and we've got the proof to point to, and all the evidence that we're all sick and we're all dying. Vegans, freaking meat eaters, paleo alike. They're all dying with their diets. And they love it. And they get told that sugar's no good for you. And yet fructose, sucrose, and glucose is the human energy. It's carbohydrates. You put hydrocarbons in a car, and you put carbohydrates in the human organism, because that is energy, not fats. Fats make you lazy and stupid. And you can get enough fats by chewing your fruits properly, because the teeth masticate like a cold press. They extract the essence from the fruit. So you're getting your oils, you're getting your so-called bullshit protein, and getting what you really need is minerals and carbs.
Because the whole protein thing is a big psyop too, really, isn't it? Like the push for us to have proteins, and whenever you say that you're on a plant-based diet, the first thing people jump on is, well, how are you getting your protein?
How are you getting your protein? Well, I give you fruit and herbs. That's it. The stupid men, they see the squirrels eating nuts and they think, oh, we've got to put nuts away. We've got to have nuts. And you see lions eating frickin' gazelle bum, so we go and kill a gazelle and eat its bum. And we're bum eaters. And we're all sick and dying for it.
So the transition for you from, you would have been a meat eater when you were in your younger years, were you? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it an easy transition?
Oh, the most blessed, easy thing I've ever done.
It was for me too.
Of course it was. You walk away from that shit. You walk away from
I actually got
death.
sick from eating meat, so then I just went to chicken, or stayed with chicken and fish. Then I got sick with chicken, so then I was just on fish, and then I went full vegetarian. And then a few years later, I went back to pescatarian, and then vegetarian, and now vegan. But it's been an easy process as well for me. Yeah.
So easy. You just walk away from that. That's a prison.
Yeah.
It's a death trap.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Best
so,
thing you can ever do.
So do you want to talk a little bit about your fasting now and how
Yep,
how long you've
okay,
gone
so
with that?
it's 43 days of liquid fasting.
Yep.
And I've just about cured myself of all sorts of mucus-related Lyme's, lupus, rubbish that you could, Morgellons, that you could ever possibly, name. On the 12th day of the fast, I passed what was like a cyst. Was it the size of a golf ball? It was tissue.
Yep.
This is the 12th day of liquid fasting.
Yeah.
Okay? And that morning, for 4 hours, I thought, I'm going to die. I thought, this fasting business, this is not working for me. 12 days, I'm going to start eating after I feel better.
Yeah.
And after 4 hours, I just felt I had to go to the toilet. And I sat there, and I passed this thing, and I looked down into the toilet. It looked like a miscarriage.
Yeah.
I have to use these descriptive terms, otherwise people won't understand how serious this is. If I didn't fast, I wouldn't have shut down my stomach and my organs enough to give them time to stop and clean up house.
Yeah.
And what they did was they found that cyst, and the moment I passed it, after 4 hours of nearly dying, wow, I felt like a new person. So I stuck to the fast, and now it's 43 days. Yes, I'm underweight. This is the lightest I've ever been in my life.
Yeah.
But I feel good. I have energy. As you can see, I've got a lot of energy. I feel healthy. My itch is getting better. Sleep's getting better.
Yeah.
Skin's getting better.
Yeah.
It's more hydrated, more soft.
Yeah.
Stomach. I was always sort of lumpy in here, tension. Something's unsettled, always.
Yeah.
Always. Ever since that cyst, I dropped that. Peace. I feel a real good, strong, deep peace in the stomach. Because when you're eating all the time, 3 meals a day, this is burdensome to the body. It's so burdensome that it makes you angry. It makes you unsettled, confused.
And because a lot of people don't realise that the immune system is seated in the gut, but if the gut is continually having to digest, it's compromising the immune system, which is another reason why we have ill health, is because we're taken away from the immune system by continually putting strain on the digestive system. Yeah.
Exactly. So what I've found is, I've discovered that for me, and for many of the listeners, the best food is liquid.
Yeah.
And like we were when we were children, little babies, we came in drinking liquid. Now the problem with this is that most people that do fasts,
I've only got up to 3 days.
they don't work.
Yeah.
They just make you sick. Those 3-day fasts, because we're toxic.
Yeah.
You can be a vegan for 10 years and you can still have putrefying, fermented, rotten particles in your intestines for decades and decades and decades and decades, and you will never, ever lose that unless you fast.
Yeah.
You can't, because while you're eating, you are continuing to channel food through those intestinal walls and compacting the plaque that is already there. It's just keeping it up and feeding it with more rubbish.
Yeah.
But when those intestines are empty and there's only fruit juice pumping through it, fruit juice is, especially grape juice and lemon juice, it's very astringent. It just pulls out all the heavy metal and all the rubbish. Distilled water as well, pump the distilled water. And you just flush And then you got to do your dry fasting to at least 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
Because like a sponge, you have to rinse,
Yep.
go dry,
Yep.
and then soak. Soak the sponge, and grab the sponge and rinse.
Yeah.
So drinking for 8 hours, you drink 4 or 5 litres.
Yeah.
And then eat.
Yeah.
And so in doing this, you're actually releasing that plaque. It just falls off.
Yeah.
It dries up and just falls off, and you see it coming out.
Yeah.
As I told you before, it's the 43rd day. I'm only 50 kilos over here,
Yeah.
13 kilos underweight.
Yeah.
Well, that's 105 so pounds for Americans and English.
Yeah.
That's super lightweight.
Yeah.
And yet, almost for 43 days of this fast, I have been eliminated.
And with boundless energy.
And not just that cyst on the 12th day. I remember the 20th and the 21st day, I had so much diarrhea.
Yeah.
Like I was sitting in the toilet, it was like a river.
Yeah.
I don't know how many hours I sat on there for.
Yeah.
It was the 21st day. And then on the 30th day, I remember the same thing.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You thought, I haven't eaten anything.
Yeah.
Where is it coming from? From a 50 kilo man?
Yeah.
Well, it comes from when you start emptying your small intestines and all the plaque, all the mucus, all the dead matter, the parasites, the ammonia, the sulfur,
Yeah.
all the toxins, free radicals, heavy metals, they all fall away, fall away, fall away.
Yeah.
And as you implement support modalities like black charcoal, bentonite clay, psyllium husk, and you push the stuff through, and you take herbal teas, etc.
Yep.
As you do all those good things, you watch all the intestines and all your GI tract just evacuate over the months.
Yeah.
And then eventually,
Yeah.
you can see the life coming back to your skin.
Yeah.
Because now the cells, they're drinking all that drink that you're hydrating with. And you're not eating, biscuits and cakes and dry things which have no juice.
Yeah.
The juicier the food, the longer you live. So what I see for me is that the reason I have teeth is to chew food, to extract its essence.
Yeah.
So you chew on a bit of parsley, a bit of basil, a bit of coriander, you extract the essence. Once you chew enough and there's a pulp there,
Yeah.
and it has no taste,
Yeah.
you don't need that.
Yeah.
You've got the essence. You've got the liquid, the
Yeah.
life. Spit that out. Otherwise you'll be going to the toilet for the rest of your life and buying packets and packets of toilet paper and filling up sewers left, right and centre. We don't need the sewer industry. We don't. Because
Yeah.
we don't need to be pooers.
Yeah.
Because we don't even need to be eaters.
I think it came off again. There we go. It's back.
Yeah.
So what were you saying? Drink your foods.
Yes, and all the wise people that I recall saying, drink your food,
Yep.
eat your liquids.
Yep.
What does that mean? Well, when you grab a whole bunch of dandelion flowers in the morning and you put them in your mouth, you masticate them properly, eventually those teeth turn that into liquid. You can
Yeah.
swallow that,
Yeah.
but don't gulp it down without chewing it, because the digestion starts here.
Yeah.
And you must put saliva in everything you drink. You don't want to be drinking things like gulping down and stuff.
Yeah.
You take sips, just mix a little bit of saliva, swallow. That's
Yeah.
called eating your liquids. And drinking your food always means to have good juicy food, like fruit.
Yeah.
Extract the juice, drink the fruit. So, for instance, I get a bunch of berries, put them in my mouth, chew them. Once they get all that seedy, rubbishy stuff
Yeah.
in the garden for the ants,
Yeah.
I've got the best I needed. I've got the juice,
Yeah.
I've got the carbs, I've got
Yeah.
the energy, and you feel it instantly. You don't have to wait. You've had bacon and eggs. You've got to wait 4 hours before that digests, and then before you start getting energy again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Apple juice, Low energy,
Yep.
one sip, you can do a marathon. One sip. That's why all sportsmen, every single one of them, they don't look at fats, they don't look at protein, they laugh at that.
Yeah.
Carbs. They're all taking sugar. Sugar.
Yeah.
Sugar. The food of man.
Yeah.
And whenever you hear someone saying sugar's bad for you, run away. That's a fool.
Yeah.
That's a moron.
Yeah.
Got no idea.
That's another one of the, like the opposition. They're coming with an opposite to what we should be doing.
Yeah.
Upside down world that we live in.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. You can tell sugar's our food because of how good you feel. And it stays good as long as you're having that natural sugar.
Yeah.
Fructose, sucrose, glucose.
Yeah.
Glycogen.
Yeah. Right.
Not gluten.
All right, well, thanks so much for your time, Santos. Really appreciate this.
Yep.
And I'll get this out as soon as I can, and I'll link it to you. I'll let you know when I get it up. And,
Good.
Yeah.
That's all right.
All right. Okay. Ciao, everyone.
So, this is how it is. Mankind's monotonous, ritualistic-based lifestyle, where every day we wake up to then fall into another sleep by robotically performing the exact same tasks as the many days previous. Where every day we wake up, this is how we then fall into another sleep. As always in this pre-awakening moment in time, we seem to ponder about how we ended up in this crazy storyline. To then dwell on the what-ifs and the should-have, but most of all, for freedom. Because we all truly have dreams, inspirations and aspirations. When things truly seem to be not right, your soul, your consciousness starts to question both the world and your life purpose. Because deep down you know, there is something definitely wrong going on here, on this planet. That, you will soon see, that we unfortunately exist on. Still, we flutter with dreams, because we know they will again be ripped away from us by a system that controls the way we think, act, and do things. We are told what to do, and to do what we are told, which has got absolutely nothing to do with, nor does it care for, your passions. Are we not allowed to break away from the norm? To break away from a society that is far from it, conditionally programmed to ridicule the very few who speak up and vigorously oppose it? Has our life already been artistically crafted for us to be molded into a robotic, ritualistic society? Are we really painting our own life story? Or has something already chosen our verse to their song? Hiding our own verse, our inner verse, our outer verse, our universe, our multiverse. We will work most of our lives for the materialistic meaningless, a continuous cycle of repetitiveness, until we die, and through our ignorance for turning our backs to the real truth of life purpose, we get to do it all over again. Through the extraterrestrial white light rebirth program. While most are well conditioned to accept this meaningless repetitive ritualistic programming, it is the celebrations of so-called traditional practices humanity blindly participates in that becomes their ultimate demise. This is the whole grand scheme of things, of what life, death, and rebirth is all about. In this system, these daily rituals have their place, but it is the yearly ones that serves a more sinister purpose. This is mankind's rituals to the Saturn moon matrix. Here are the hidden true meanings behind what humanity ignorantly celebrates. Christmas was originally an ancient ritual known as Saturnalia, which was a yearly festival in Rome honoring Saturn. Each December were 12 days of excessive drinking, eating, promiscuity and mass sexual orgies. Which is where the meaning behind the 12 days of Christmas originally comes from. With also connections to the 12 ages of the zodiac. This celebration was also known as Bacchanalia, which was tied to Dionysus, who was depicted as carrying round a thyrus, which is a staff that is tipped with a pine cone. This staff is actually the representation of the spine, with the pine cone representing the pineal gland. That is ritualistically given away. When we set up the pine tree, put the star, or Saturn symbolism on top. And under we have gifts, in boxes, or cubes. The staff is the spine, with the pine cone off the pine tree, as the pineal gland, which is passed as gifts to Santa, Saturn, Satan, Jesus, Lucifer, Enki, who is most commonly known to live at the North Pole. But not this North Pole. This one, the North Pole of Saturn. Saint Nick, or Old Nick, is by definition the chief spirit of evil and adversary of God, who is the tempter of mankind, and master of hell. The Indonesian Saturn translates into English as Old Nick, and Old Nick translates into the Turkish language as Satan and Iblis, both sharing the translated synonyms of demon, devil, Satan, adversary, Old Harry, and the evil one. The Filipino concurs with Old Nick becoming Satanus. By participating in the rituals of Christmas, or Saturnalia, sends a vibrational signal to Santa, Satan, Saturn, that you consent to their clause of ownership of your penis/vagina/spine, pineal gland, your higher awareness, that you lawfully give away, because a clause is a legal document, hence why we have a Santa Claus. Let's also not forget the sexual symbolism for the candy cane, which is the spine, curved to a penis. And the pedophile elite just love it when everyone sucks the candy cane, because not only the spine is biologically connected to the penis, but also the anagram for spine is penis. The star from the east, or the East Star, or Easter, from the ancient goddess Ishtar, which is Anunnaki goddess, Inanna, who is now more commonly known in this modern day as Isis, which is the moon. One will soon start to see who the real monster of mankind truly is. Stare, from monster, originated from many languages that translates into the English as star, hence monster, or moon star. Is it not that blatant, that for every month, the moon disappears for 3 days, which is technically, logically and physically impossible? Only to reappear after the 3rd day, but now this time lagging behind the path of the sun. The true meaning behind Easter, or Inanna, is the celebration of sex and the fertilization of the woman's, or womb man's, egg. Celebrating this ritual tells the moon god Isis, not only you consent your own rebirth, but also to making more rebirth energy slaves. Slaves for money, because mon from money means moon, while the phonetic money in Norse mythology was known as their moon god. The Old Norse Icelandic agrees, with money also meaning moon. This is why people act crazy over money, because they are performing the acts of the moon, turning into maniacs, or moon acts, which all ride the countdown of their life clock, becoming lunatics, or moontics. Easter/Inanna is a fertility moon worship of sex and intercourse, which is why we need the eggs to be fertilized by the Easter bunny. A marriage, or marriage, or age of the moon. The age of the Trojan horse moon that was introduced to mankind as a gift, which also is the true meaning behind the mythological Trojan horse story. It is a ritual ceremonial vow to Isis, to become married or married. Mare is Latin for sea, relating to our body ships arriving from the current sea, and also mare is a definition of an adult female horse. Appropriately, the common computer virus is named Trojan horse. Mare is also the dark areas on the moon, and is where we get the word nightmare. Back to the word married, wereed, from married, is Dutch, wereed, from married, is Dutch that means oath, and is phonetically pronounced to sound like eat, because it is the moon gods that eat us. An oath is a divine promise, which is what marriage vows are set up as, and is why it is called a ceremony, or ceremony, where sera is the Latin word for lock, and the Italian sera means evening, night, and vesper, while vesper in Latin translates as evening star and evening meal. Let's not forget that the moon, or Isis, was the lover of Re, who is Saturn, and to honor their relationship, we also have to wear the rings of Saturn, because Saturn is the Lord of the Rings, and that is what the ritual of marriage or the marriage is all about, a divine oath to the moon/Isis, and Re/Saturn, by the horse, or the phonetic horse, because we are made into the whores of Babylon, a well-crafted age, to which we all now serve, to the modern day London, or the baby London. And so we have also the worship of the monarchy, because Mun means moon, and Archi means Archon, because they are the royal moon archons, who are the architects of this world. They are from the family tree of King Al, or royal, because Roy is etymologically Roy, that means king, with Al meaning Al, or Saturn, therefore we worship King Saturn's moon archons. One should now start to see the overwhelming evidence presented of mankind's blind worship towards the Saturn moon matrix. But wait, there are more. The birthday, or birthday, which we are told to celebrate it by traditionally eating cake. Why cake? Because the Latin word placenta literally means cake, flat cake. The placenta is the vascular structure in a woman's uterus that provides oxygen and nutrients to the fetus/fetus, and transfers waste from it as well. This is where the popular expression, "You can't have your cake and eat it too," comes from, since the gods cannot use us as battery energy slaves and eat us at the same time. When people traditionally eat cake on their birthday, they are consenting through ritualistic ceremony to their enslavement in the Moon Matrix rebirth program. And even as this overload of information seems too much, too unbelievable to the listener, looking at it from a logical standpoint, one should see the birthday as actually the anniversary of one's day of birth, and not their actual birthday. Also, this system allows you to celebrate just one day of the year of your life. Are the other days of your life not just as important to you? Shouldn't we be celebrating every day of our life? No, because the other days are spent as slavery days to this system. We are all prostitutes for the money. The whores of Babylon. A prostitute by definition is someone who sells their body for money, and that is pretty much everyone. We are all riding the beast, which is the monetary system of 7 heads, linking to the sacred number 7 with 7 days of the week named after the 7 major planets and so on. Almost every given tradition, ritual, most cannot and will not accept the true meanings behind what they deem to see as harmless and righteousness. These rituals of Christmas, Easter, marriage, birthdays, Halloween and so on, are not empty and meaningless. They are all cunningly disguised to fool humanity. Fool humanity to believing these actions to have little or no real universal or multiversal impact, while still able to keep the majority from not even questioning them. And this is what you can do by withholding true knowledge to the secrets of the universe. And right now, we are all stuck on this plan, E.T. Far, far away in the deserts of the multiverse, continually recycled by the rebirth ritual program of the Saturn Moon Matrix.
You motherfuckers need Jesus better than your wicked ways. Well, you know that he's coming and we're gonna be running when we're at the end of days. You motherfuckers need Jesus, but he's deep down in the hole. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You motherfuckers need Jesus. I see Satan in your eyes. Well, I see you standing there in your fancy clothes. Don't you know that you're gonna die? You motherfuckers need Jesus, but the devil's in your soul. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You motherfuckers need Jesus. Whether if you're rich or poor, well, you know he's gonna bite you 'cause you're so motherfucker, but don't lie, you know more. You motherfuckers need Jesus, but you keep your Bible closed. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Good morning, good day, good evening, good night, good afternoon. Namaste, love, greetings, and blessings to everyone. True Patriot, also known as cc2arms. We're back again, folks. Another live stream. Another opportunity in which I am blessed with an opportunity to right some wrongs, serve the greater good. Try with every fiber of my being to be in service to others with hopefully a good outcome for not just myself but all of humanity. And in today's live stream, this is a topic that we very seldom breach, but it's something that should be discussed. Should the rules of engagement differ when dealing with people who use children in their criminal activities? What I mean is, let's hypothetically, let's say that I've already established a target. This target is going to be eliminated from our world. And I discover that this target is using children as part of all their activities use children. Should that change how I deal with said target? Should that alter the way in which I handle it? Now, we oftentimes, when we think about people, we don't think about the impact or the either negative or positive that they are having on the world around them. You know, for instance, we'll put somebody in jail for breaking a law, but we don't give much thought as to, okay, when I lock that person up, when I remove that person from a scenario, how is my removal of that person affecting not just that person, but the lives of others? You know, it's an issue that we don't really consider much. Let me pull my screen capture up here right quick, and it might make some of this make just a little more sense. Display capture. Turn display capture on. Get back up here. Okay. Now, if we were to we're looking at a Google account. Actually, this is in fact one of my actual Google accounts. And we are looking at devices that have been used to access my Google account, as well as we're looking at dates that they accessed it. And then you'll notice that if you didn't know any better, you would think that I use quite a lot of devices. Actually, folks, this has all been intentional. This is all by design. I don't use any of these devices. But anyway, man, there's a lot of them. And actually, there's a total of 16 devices. I am only access my Google account. And what's sad is that the so-called adult figures in the scenario not only gave them permission to access my Google account, but actually encouraged it. I've known this. It's not something that's new. It's not like this all happened without my consent, without my knowledge. I didn't know nothing about it. As I said, folks, this has been going on for quite some time. But I thought it would be a good topic for discussion because, you know, now since I am in fact in the process of narrowing down responsible parties that have been complacent in other crimes, should it alter how I deal with people when I know that they are in fact capable and are in fact using children in their crimes? Should that change how I deal with them? Should I I should I should make it easier on them because the fact that they're using kids, I mean, you know, they're pretty fucked up individuals. I just wonder everybody else's feedback. Now, me personally, I think if you're that despicable that you're willing to use a child in your criminal activities, you're beyond low and you deserve whatever happens to you by whomever is dispensing justice. Whether that's a vigilante, whether that's a judge, whether that's whoever it is, whether that's karma. I think that if you're that despicable of a person that is willing to use a child, then you represent the lowest form of low. And hey, you put yourself in that precarious fucking position, you can deal with whatever the fuck happens to you. But sadly, that's just my take on it. When talking with others, I've had somebody else had mentioned the fact that, well, if they are willing to use a child to shield them, you know, you owe it to yourself to investigate and not only find out if that is in fact correct, but why would they stoop to such low? At first, I was under the mindset, hey man, these motherfuckers are using kids in their crimes. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Society can do without such shit as that. But then I woke up this morning and I got to looking more into the situation, trying to take an outside perspective, trying to, be the outsider looking in and try to see it from a different vantage point and have a vantage point and having to realize that, man, what the fuck is really going on? I mean, drone worship. Yeah, using kids, it's just disgusting. I remember reading the, which Charles Dickens book was it? Which one was it? Was it Oliver Twist? And he had run away and he ended up with this guy, and this guy used all the children as pickpockets. And then they really didn't get much for it, but they would all take whatever they got back, and they would take it back to that guy in an evening, and then he would reward whoever did the best. He'd give them liquor and cigarettes, or I don't remember. Triple M, cheers, friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's a weird world that we live in, and it's not often that we come across people that regard life so little that there's just like no limitation to how low they'll stoop. You've heard that saying, no honor amongst thieves. And I've heard that a lot in my lifetime too, but then that's not altogether true, because if you go to the penitentiary, you chop somebody's head off and that's why you're in the penitentiary, hey, you get pats on the back, people shake your hand. If you, however, have fucked with a woman or a kid, you best hope nobody finds out, because it's not going to be a safe place for you once you get to prison. You're going to have to be in a special housing unit to shoot. You're going to have to stay away from everybody, because people find out that you fucked with women and kids. Now, that's just not acceptable. Even amongst criminals, that is not acceptable. The idea of coming up against people that use children, it's made me question, how am I supposed to deal with that? Normally it's just slit a motherfucker's throat, stage a few pieces of the puzzle in a certain way so that it doesn't appear as obvious as the fact that you just slit the motherfucker's throat in their sleep. But I just don't think I could take that approach with these people. I just don't know. They are bad. They're doing some quite evil shit. Man, it's just disgusting. Yes, there is a specific event I'm talking about, Curious Cannabis Connoisseur. I've been dealing with some local degenerates. It all started with things coming up missing and or out of place on my property approximately a year and 4 months ago. At first, it was just a matter of determining who was responsible and for what reason they were responsible. The more I looked into the situation, the more players became noticeably involved. And at that point, it was just all out war. I mean, I don't cause trouble with nobody, but when you bring trouble to me, look here, hey, fuck it, we can have a party. Let's just have a big shit storm, and I'll happily be in the middle of it. So that's the situation I'm at. I tried to take a very, very cautious approach to dealing with everything. Of course, I've never had much respect and or use for law enforcement. And especially in my situation, the more and more it seems as though local law enforcement, if they're not involved, they're at least knowledgeable of the way things have occurred. And with the fact that they've not done anything nor been willing to do anything, to me, if you're complacent in a crime, then you're just fucking just as shitty and as responsible for the crime as the people doing it themselves. just something to think about. It's a any time that we have to address issues within society that affect all of society, some of them are less than savory anyway, but when you involve children, that does in fact alter the dynamics of the situation quite a bit. I'm not going to take it easy or light on anyone. Ultimately, I will still do what I've been forced to do, but just wanted to give everybody something to think about, and just look at things. You got to try to see things from all perspectives, not just your own individual perception. Whenever looking at any situation, try to see it from as many alternate perceptions as you possibly can. There's something to be gained from being able to see the big picture. Big picture meaning that there's always a lot of different angles, and you need to try to see everything from as many of those angles as we can. On that note, folks, I am going to end this live stream. I just want to give everybody an idea of what's on my mind, what I was thinking about this morning. And keep on keeping on until later, folks. Try to love each other. Try to be productive. Try to get something done. Namaste. Greetings. Peace out. Much love.
In 1941, a group of psychiatrists at the Tavistock Clinic saw that the right questions were asked in Parliament in order to secure the means to try new measures. As a result, they were asked to join the Directorate of Army Psychiatry, and did so as a group. Tavistock Institute. They wind you up because they know what makes you tick. Tavistock Clinic studied shell shock, post-traumatic stress in World War I, but switched to developing psychological warfare in 1922. Rather than helping traumatized soldiers, it calculated their breaking points. Tavistock shock doctrine now permeates global life. Their social engineers are a who's who: Freud, Jung, Adler, Melanie Klein, Wilfred Bion, Edward Bernays, Eric Trist, A. K. Rice, Eric Miller, Aldous Huxley, R. D. Lang, and more. Tavistock sent German-born psychologist Kurt Lewin to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1945 to establish the Research Center for Group Dynamics. In the United States, Lewin is the founder of social psychology. The center moved to the University of Michigan in 1948, where it became the Institute for Social Research, and continued to co-opt legitimate psychosocial research and exploit mass psychologians split off a policy-making mother of all think tanks, publicly claiming to research and direct groups and organizations while it continued massive covert operations in social engineering. The think tank registered as a charity in September 1947, in London, England. It devised and spread interdisciplinary models of group relations and training in management, administration and socio-politics. Promoting creativity and organizational policy, it remains an influential intelligence organization tied to MI6, CIA, Project Paperclip, German scientists, the Rockefeller Foundation, and cryptocracy. Founder, John Rawlings Rees, claimed, public life, politics, and industry should all be within our sphere of influence. If we are to infiltrate the professional and social activities of other people, I think we must imitate the totalitarians and organize some kind of fifth column activity. We must aim to make it permeate every educational activity in our national life. We have made a useful attack upon a number of professions. The two easiest of them naturally are the teaching profession and the church, the two most difficult are law and medicine. Former MI6 intelligence officer John Coleman first exposed the covert activities with his insider knowledge in the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, shaping the moral, spiritual, cultural, political, and economic decline of the United States of America. The enemy is clearly identifiable as the Committee of 300, the Club of Rome, NATO, the Black Nobility, CFR and all of its affiliate organizations, the think tanks, and research institutes controlled by Stanford and, last, but certainly not least, the military establishment. Coleman includes the Eastern liberal establishment, aristocracy, its banks, insurance companies, giant corporations, petroleum cartels, foundations, communications networks, publishing houses, radio and television networks and the movie industry. Mission creep has penetrated organizations far beyond the TAVI, and they are scripting our wars, our lives and our future. As the power behind the think tank thrones, instead of doctoring the soul, the clone organizations systematically attack it. The consensual goals of mental health and group relations parted company. The promise became a curse. The world's most influential think tank, by names and images, are powers awakened and reawakened. Tilda Golden Dawn. What if everything you were brought up to think about society, all layers of cultural meaning, about healing and freedom are wrong? What if someone was subverting your beliefs, ideas and values with behavioral tricks to use them against you? In the world according to Tavistock, social drivers are disguised as their exact opposites to create a worldview that is illusory, reinventing the world in distorted form. Tavistock invented what you should believe. It is no accident we have become victims of future shock in the long crisis, a battle for your soul. Ego is mental structure, not a separate entity from soul. Whether you view it psychologically or spiritually, soul is structured through ego development with mental forms, words and images. It can also be fragmented with them. We lose our soul when we lose our dreams. What appears progressive, nurturing or good, can have exactly the reverse effect. But seeing the world as it is, not as we are told or wish it to be, brings us closer to real solutions. Turning away from or denying the darkness doesn't make it go away. Embodying our collective shadow, Tavistock is a hydra-headed secret agent that runs rampant, aggravating the interconnecting set of global problems. How is the mind bent and toward what ends? The masses are bent through control of resources and the environment, mind control, massive manipulation, crisis and social turbulence. Non-profit foundations have teamed with corporate, military and governmental entities to form a covert control force. The art of war became a management problem. Unintended consequences result. Under the guise of prevention, they create oppression. Cultural psychology was used to assess the enemy mentality. The original TAVI stalkers didn't stop with the enemy in rewriting history. They spread those Tavistock method, theory and practice of mass mind control into all strategic institutions. Their secret, turning reality inside out, had multiple vectors, unifying levels of strategy to produce fractal control effects. Once you learn how to organize behavior, joint optimization, you know how to disorganize it with value dilemmas in groups and international networks. Chaos theory describes increases in complexity. The contemporary environment is a turbulent field, in which the amount of disorder is increasing to the limit of a vortical state in which healthy adaptation is impossible. The talking cure became the signature of the Tavistock method, and a blanket solution, with psychotropic drugs, to mental distress. The character-building method is self-questioning and psychiatric investigation. While therapy gives empathy a mirroring face, it also substitutes a surrogate parent with sanctimonious certitude for self-care and self-regulation. When Tavistock pioneers began exploring the psyche, it was terra incognita. Now that once unknown ground is riddled with the twisted roots of Tavistock's insidious penetration and experimentation which has permeated the collective psyche. Modulating someone's internal state is a powerful form of control using the power of narrative, imagery and frequency. Conditioning replaces external constraint with internal compulsions on both essence and substance. Tavistock's goal is a subtle, sinister control agenda that no one engaging in therapeutic activities could imagine from surface appearances. Have we been unwittingly sleeping with the enemy, inducing trauma even as we try to heal it? The cure is a poison. Rather than healing the sick, Tavistock deliberately makes the healthy ill. Untrustable brain trust, what we traditionally have meant by human perception, vision, insight, ethical judgment, discriminating between reality and illusion, has been effectively shut down, almost surgically replaced by the virtual vision machine of the militarized imagination. We are suddenly rendered vulnerable to the new virtual myths about the supposedly hygienic character of post-human warfare. Arthur Croker Tavistock's tentacles are holographic feedback loops of physical, emotional, mental and spiritual control. The lies are different in each dimension of experience. Their backdoors and wormhole shortcuts among cultural institutions have created a stranglehold on global culture. Unpacking each association reveals widespread effects encompassing intelligence, military, government, NGOs, economics, infotech, mass media, philosophy, occult, religion, science, academia, psychology, psychiatry, medicine and zeitgeist worldview. Co-opting ancient occult principles, Tavistock took the healing principles of Freud and Jung and aimed it at mass psychology in a controlling way. The means mirror the early relationship of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, who wound up with a 6-year nervous breakdown when Freud essentially brainwashed him. Freud displays a pattern of turning his heretical followers into mental cases, even suicides. Jung in 1913, Victor Tausk in 1919, Herbert Silberer in 1923, and Wilhelm Reich in 1927. Freud broke their personalities down, providing a model that his magical child, Tavistock, used as a modus operandi on many social fronts. Tavistock began with research on shell shock, or post-traumatic stress, propaganda and applied mind control. They have broken down a whole country with collective ego death. They have used Jung's metaphysics to re-mythologize and spiritualize society, using the memes of hope and change as dope for the new age. Civilizations need a myth to live. Irrespective of national sovereignty, Tavistock's foundation ideology orchestrates archetypal battles of good and evil by featuring in all cultural domains toward totalitarian ends. Arguably in doing so, they have distorted civilization, morals, psychology, history and religion. They have seized a monopoly on human judgment. The equivalent Russian program is psychoecology, from the Psychotechnology Research Institute. Futuring includes 6 synergetic aspects: 1. Mapping acceleration, 2. Anticipating, 3. Timing, 4. Deepening the future, 5. Creating alternatives to the present, and 6. Transformation. Aspirational futuring and analysis includes environmental scanning, forecasts, scenarios, visions, audacious goals and understanding change and strategic issues. Trends identify key forces shaping the future. Environmental scanning includes global, local, political, economic, technological, environmental and social trends. Roadmaps help us visualize strategies and collaborative foresight. Paradigms underpin the assumed truths of our logic. dreams and memes. Without Tavistock, there would have been no World War I and World War II, no Bolshevik Revolution, Korea, Vietnam, Serbia and Iraq wars. But for Tavistock, the United States would not be rushing down the road to disillusion and collapse. John Coleman: The geopolitical and psychosocial game of life is rigged. To understand mass psychology, you need to know the real rules of engagement. Their world is governed by appearance, not reality. There are so many global extinction stories on television now because life, as we have known it for the duration of mankind, is under grave threat of extinction. The energy shortage, rise of food prices, scandals in government, and unwinnable wars against ideas like ideologies of terrorism are the first harbingers of the approaching mega-crisis. There are two routes from here, that of stagnation and eventual total collapse, and that of flexibility and growth, which could lead to a golden age. Chaos theory reveals both catastrophe, bifurcation, and renewal are likely inevitable. The real crisis is this war conducted inside your head by those who do not have your best interests at heart, by those who program you for exploitation while robbing you of rights and freedoms. Events take place along a utopian, dystopian spectrum, which ranges in the individual from euphoria to dysphoria. Underlying forces are playing your underlying forces, modulating your moods like an emotional organ. Conflict, fear and trauma are used to manipulate and control individuals and whole populations. Drugs are ever more readily available, legally and illegally. The transnational drug, prostitution and child trafficking trades support even more black ops, social engineering, in other areas. Organized stalking and electronic torture protocols are hardcore social engineering devices. The depth psychology models of Freud and Jung, the inherent nature of the psyche and human response to trauma have been played against our dreams of a better tomorrow. Tavistock created protocols to deliberately initiate and manipulate breakdown and programming, in both individuals and in the masses. Reinforcing this with media manipulation has created a conformist society. Framing the narrative of world events, it has manufactured history according to its own agenda. It has done so with a mystique of authority, through a compartmentalized global network of think tanks and non-profit organizations, which promote the same agenda of social engineering, population control and exploitation. Spanning the entire socio-political spectrum, they have spread their shadow over the globe as an uninvited trance. Another Tavistock alumni, Edward Bernays, double-nephew of Freud, turned his understanding of mass psychology into the shameless public relations and advertising juggernaut of consumerism. Silent war. In almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. Bernays' covert forces are playing on your unconscious mind. With global hypnosis, they have made themselves the rudder on the ship of state, setting policy, advising and dominating governments, corporations, and the educational structure. The short list of Tavistock's fellow globalist institutions includes the Rockefeller Foundation, CIA, MI6, Stanford Research Institute, Brookings Institute, Rand Corporation, Club of Rome, Council on Foreign Relations, IMF, PNAC, Pilgrims Society, Wharton School, NASA, and World Bank. Probably the easiest way to understand the convoluted history and absorb the complex psychoecology of Tavistock's penetration of culture and the cryptocracy is to watch some of the classic videos that can be found searching the subject online. Relationships of certain individuals and groups are matters of public record. Tavistock tailors programs to specific situations as well as setting standards in psychiatry, psychology and organizational management. It declared itself the ultimate authority on mental health and human relations. Divergent thought is declared crazy or antisocial. programs with proven historical contexts originating or rooted in Tavistock Brain Trust include War on Terror, War on Drugs, Total Information Awareness, Full Spectrum Dominance, Joint Vision 2020, Shock and Awe, New Left Basic English Propaganda, Narco-Capitalism, Social Engineering, Sistrit, and Open Government, and Infowar. You can't really wage war against an idea, but you can campaign for and against them. In their endless bag of demonic tricks we also find behavioral modification, mass brainwashing, buzzwords, memes, suppressed science, manufactured wars, counterculture, LSD, New Age, cults, ISMS, disinformation, false flag ops, crisis creation, postmodern apocalypse theory, presence in absence, manufactured psychological shocks and stress, encounter groups, Aquarian conspiracy, corporate feudalism and more. There is a psychosocial war for your mind, your body, even your soul. By making their mental health guidelines and human relations practice the standard, Tavistock became the decentralized arbiter of what is considered sane and what is deemed crazy. But they have employed the devices of toxic interaction and deployed him against the populace. By framing reality, naming the issues and producing iconic imagery, they have sold us a media gloss that simulates and substitutes a big lie for truth. Too big to fail, and bailouts are recent examples. Dirty tricks include the double bind, crazy-making behavior, forced choice, dual reality and organized stalking to name a few. Since World War II, this psyop strategy has allowed them to achieve full-spectrum dominance of the cultural landscape. They are inside your head from the cradle to the grave, using every control mechanism known to behavioral science, creating and fulfilling your desires with programming and emotional manipulation. Everyone senses it at some level, but who does anything about it? Born again, mind-benders, we shall have world government, whether or not we like it. The only question is whether world government will be achieved by conquest or consent. James Paul Warburg in the Bourne Identity 2002 to 2007 film series, a takeoff on the Tavistock-inspired CIA's MK Ultra program, Hypno-Patsy Jason Bourne learns how intelligence eats its own. As the series unfolds, we see how mind control and programmed assassins are used to steer socio-political reality, while concealing and erasing memory of the mind-bending puppet masters. Only the biggest lies are too big to fail. The irony is, in this sense, we the people, all born again. Not surprisingly, the fourth film of the franchise is on the way, and a first-person shooter video game is already here. The seduction, murder pups who pull the magic trigger on the smoking gun have perfected the art of hiding in plain sight in their magic kingdom. Tavistock is the rudder on the pirate ship of the state. They don't even care if we know how it works because plausible deniability has become irrelevant in the theater of cruelty that molds minds with metaphysics and the occult while shattering our perceptions. The secret of reality creation is that it's beyond your control, far out of reach of your wishful thinking. The new holy trinity of our warring instincts is money, sex, power. The god we learn to worship is gold, oil, drugs. Riding the coattails of the Manchurian Candidate, 1962, A.B. horror movie, The Mindbenders, 1963, depicted Dirk Bogarde as the victim of British brainwashers who isolated, water-tanked him and destroyed his marriage. Mindbender scientists discover that 8 nightmarish hours of water tank isolation equates with 8 months of intense brainwashing. Apparently someone in Britain knew what was going on at Tavistock. The Mindbenders break both the volunteers and their relationships, inducing dissociation. Freud proved that broken relationships and imposed sexual repression can be used as a weapon, spreading emotional contagion and arousing primitive emotions in targeted populations. Emotions can simultaneously be used to build entire mythic systems. Tavistock's time machine. All news is lies and all propaganda is disguised as news. Willy Musenberg, just outside London. Tavistock Institute is the sloganeering nerve center of a global cyber apparatus that attacks our collective conscious and unconscious relentlessly. Established after World War I, the original Tavistock Clinic developed psychological warfare for British intelligence. More than an international institution, Tavistock became a non-local community of practice, a dark, invisible college, the Castalia of the cryptocracy. Tavistock's grandmother is the drug empire of the British East India Company and theosophical esoterics, Alistair Crowley, Helena P. Blavatsky and Alice Bailey. Its grandfather is the open conspiracy of H. G. Wells, Bertrand Russell, Cecil Rhodes and Fabian Socialists. The Society for Psychical Research, SPR, helped create the Fabian Society. Tavistock is the paranoid child of the Leipzig and Frankfurt schools of critical thinking and behaviorism. The psychodynamics of Freud and Jung are its godparents. But Tavistock's birth mother was a whore, a propaganda front called Wellingen House, known as the Lie Factory. One of Plato's tricks was forbidding the question. His Republic is a blueprint for tyrannical systemic philosophical control. The big lie, a hypnotic propaganda technique, is rooted in Plato's noble lie, the myth knowingly told by the elite to maintain social control. We live in Luciferian duality. Using time as their fulcrum, Tavistock's explorations in crafting reality became exploitations, selling utopian idealism to the new left and patriotic homeland security to the born-again right. Pitting them eternally against one another is a neocon racket that molds all political party themes. The game is collapsing the traditional world. They employ both religious and secular currents in the same way, playing both sides against the middle in a classical Hegelian dialectic. Grinding the gears of paradigm shift, a society of sheep must in time beget a government of wolves. Bertrand de Juvenel. Turning Great Game Strategies on the Public. Tavistock's agenda transcends institutional boundaries, hoodwinking us about the nature of reality with stealth, secret, media, and cultural tactics while imposing and maintaining control through the collective psyche. The seat of power has switched from a pyramidal to a holographic power structure. Intelligence tricks are deployed from the heart of the machinery of state to engineer the consistent illusions of our psychosocial culture, an interactive fiction. The social glue of trust has dried and cracked, leaving less than enlightened self-interest in an "I'll get mine first" mentality. Tavistock is now selling downshifting income, aging lean and collective ego death through the razzle-dazzle of apocalyptic archetypes. Modulating someone's internal state is a powerful form of control using the power of imagery. Conditioning replaces external constraint with internal compulsions on both essence and substance. The destiny of individual freedom depends on maintaining critical ethical judgment and a clarity that can filter out propaganda and rebel against it. Too bad, even our rebellions are planned well in advance, orchestrated and controlled. The story must be continually upgraded to keep the audience engaged. Tavistock is a strange attractor in the global psychodynamic field. It has brought us all to the self-organizing state of criticality, the precipitous boundary of chaos and order. We need to develop filters against such psychic infiltration. In such radical crisis, the individual must courageously refuse to assent to totalitarian power. Cultural hegemony. The core of the belief in progress is that human values and goals converge in parallel with our increasing knowledge. The 20th century shows the contrary. Human beings use the power of scientific knowledge to assert and defend the values and goals they already have. New technologies can be used to alleviate suffering and enhance freedom. They can, and will, also be used to wage war and strengthen tyranny. In the 20th century, these technologies were used to implement state terror and genocide on an unprecedented scale. Ethics and politics do not advance in line with the growth of knowledge, not even in the long run. John Gray, Heresy's forms of cultural hegemony include psychological, spiritual, emotional, political, social, military, economic, medical and intellectual oppression and domination. Certain research projects are suppressed by dogmatic science. Like any ideology, Tavistock asks us to believe its deceptive promises and refrain from questions about what they don't tell. Lies of omission control the highs and lows of our expectations and the controlled demolition of the boom and bust economy. To think otherwise may be painfully naive. Most of us don't expect them to manufacture ideologies and phony enemies to mobilize the masses. We don't expect them to engage in covert dirty tricks, secretly foment revolutions or use deceptive diplomacy to execute a secret, social and occult agenda. We can hardly believe anyone would actively work against our health and welfare, destroying the food chain, good air, water and earth, not to mention developing biological weapons. We don't expect them to engineer arrested development, family breakdown, homosexuality, abortion and the women's liberation movement. We don't expect them to use planning theory and pop culture to foster alienation and dysfunction. We don't expect them to poison the well of global society in their undeclared war on humanity. We must learn to see through what they do as coercion, using their occult techniques of crisis creation and management. Their initial project, Operation Research on Military Management Techniques, was turned on civilians. Authority for Authority Tavistock is an immersive process, a transnational interagency collaboration, whose research is best evaluated by its real-world phenomena, the cumulative effects of machinations, trend-spotting, memes, and propaganda. They look at effects, then find the causes to produce them. They begin with solutions and find the problems they solve. They create media and products to satisfy needs that don't yet exist. They shape the world by shaping opinion. Even sanitized, their programs have global repercussions. In quantum information theory, if all records of an event are decorrelated from it, then by definition there is no way to know whether this event has ever happened. This situation is indistinguishable from its not having happened. Our only defense is awareness and DIY mind control. But the torrent of information is manipulated to guide our motivations while engineering consensus by repackaging myths, memes and metaphors. In the 1960s, the Milgram experiment demonstrated the draconian perils inherent in authority overriding personal conscience to compliantly follow orders, to inflict psychophysical harm on others. The sun shines alike on torture and compassion. Multimedia quietly changes our thoughts and opinions, creating a mashup of fiction and reality, a friction that rubs everyone the wrong way. The magic circle of the hypnotic primetime television schedule holds all in its restrictive spell of dominion, with celebrity ringmasters honing their witchcraft. We stare blankly, enthralled with the train wreck of intelligence and common sense. While it captures the appearance of things, mimesis holds up an illusory mirror. Catharsis creates communal emotional discharge that orchestrates identification with group feelings. To Freud, catharsis was the traumatic transfer of a memory, collectively, from the unconscious to the conscious. Though it effectively empties us of our own potentially meaningful creative content, the culture is addicted to it. Rather than purging our pathologies, emotional ventilation voyeuristically facilitates them. It evokes them with daily rituals. Simulation becomes second nature like breathing. We are the Sims. First-person shooter games are transmodern scapegoating. What we discover on one channel becomes history on another. As one commentator put it, Armageddon is the new black. Prisoner's dilemma, crisis creation and human bondage. The technetronic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite, unrestrained by traditional values. Zbigniew Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technetronic Era, 1970. Everywhere is ground zero. Not reserving their techniques for the enemy, Tavistock spread their contagious theory and practice of mass mind control into all strategic institutions. Tavistock wrote the blueprint for global domination, a triumph of image over substance. The hydraulic model of tensions has given way to the field theory of full-spectrum domination. The holographic structure is everywhere contained in its fractal satellites, each of which contains the entire program and can take over where others fail. They wrote the book on propaganda, prognostication and profiling, the staples of the full-spectrum surveillance society. They have contrived history. Fractured facts mixed with fiction produces pulp fiction. The simulation substitutes for reality. An occult ritual is a play with audience participation that changes you in the alchemical process. Funded by British royalty, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, the federal government and Wall Street, they invoked the secret of transmuting infinite symbols of transformation into infinite power. Without wielding overt control, the Tavistock Blitz influences the direction and effects of virtually every human endeavor with political and psychological warfare through its web of interlinking institutions. Following the lead of the British East India Company, transnational drug money flows like the mother's milk of black ops politics. Through a twist of fate, the shaping of Tavistock became synonymous with the shaping of global culture by forcing unwelcome changes and seizing psychological control of the human race. The Brainwashing Institute has twisted our beliefs into their very opposites by collapsing our psychic boundaries. Now, we are permanently shell-shocked. When we lose our story, we lose our history. Holographic power structure, political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable and to give the appearance of solidity to pure wind. George Orwell. The Tavistock agenda creates macro trends, such as the New Left, and militant activism as counterpoint to neocon manipulation through radical religious policies and bunkered militia mentality. It is a primary polarizing entity at work throughout all levels of society, playing both sides against the middle. It creates outside adversaries through propaganda and projection, such as distracting terror, drugs and media wars. Viable solutions simply aren't allowed and are actively suppressed. A Rockefeller grant gave birth to the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations in London in 1947. Tavistock joined with Kurt Lewen's Research Center for Group Dynamics, RCGD, at the University of Michigan the next year and began disseminating human relations literature, relating theory to practice, including promotion of change, engineering, consensus, mass persuasion, breakdown of cognitive structure, and overcoming resistance. Globalist change agents, countless people, will hate the New World Order, and will die protesting against it. When we attempt to evaluate its promise, we have to bear in mind the distress of a generation or so of malcontents. H. G. Wells, The New World Order, 1939. The cryptocracy is involved in the occult, alchemical processing, of mass consciousness by psychological manipulation. With the help of foundations and secret societies, experiments in world-shaping continue multimedia and military campaigns. The goal of social engineering is seeding and controlling megatrends so the masses live as controlled puppets, wage slaves of the ruling elite. Tavistock's agenda is used to create and topple governments. Entire populations are controlled through drugs and sophisticated psychological techniques, including group dynamics. Disciplines include anthropology, economics, organizational behavior, political science, psychoanalysis, psychology and sociology. They are selling collective ego death with apocalyptic visions. Any technique which breaks down the family unit, and inculcated principles of religion, honor, patriotism and sexual behavior, is used by Tavistock scientists as a weapon of control. Now a war of extermination is waged on the small American farmer through high-interest loans and bankruptcy. corp agglomerate land trusts gain while our diet suffers. Futurist programs identify discontinuities and emerging dilemmas. Discontinuities challenge business as usual and dilemmas demand new ways of thinking about complex problems. Together, discontinuities and dilemmas provide a vista of new practices and points of view that shape tomorrow's organizations and today's choices. Over the years, Tavistock's healing emphasis changed until there was a sinister slant to the research in eugenics, political and cultural engineering by the mid-1930s. There are rumors of an earlier version of Tavistock, which trained Lenin, and later after World War I, Adolf Hitler, Hallet. With the outbreak of World War II, Tavistock operatives took effective control of the Psychological Warfare Directorate of the British Army, while its allied network in the United States embedded itself in the American psychological warfare apparatus, including the Committee on National Morale and the Strategic Bombing Survey. By war's end, the combined influence of Tavistock and of the former Frankfurt School operatives had created what Director Rees called a cadre of several thousand psychological shock troops and cultural warriors. Today the network numbers several millions around the world, and is the single most important factor in determining the design and content of mass media product. By World War II, Tavistock was a real MI6 agency and its stress-related techniques were well advanced. They knew how to relieve mental and emotional pain and also amplify it, physically and psychologically. In fact, Tavistock's recommendations for excessive use of force were used tragically by Winston Churchill in the terrifying firebombing of Dresden and Hamburg. Sigmund Freud was Tavistock's prophet and first director, followed by his daughter, Anna. Tavistock programs were used to program the post-war leaders of Germany's government, churches, schools, corporations, etc. from among the powers who were easy to manipulate. Research into the use of microwave weapons and their use for mind control, psychotronics, began in 1950s at the Tavistock Institute, one of Britain's leading psychiatric research establishments. The UK Institute was researching into ways of mind controlling the British population without them knowing. Its main US branch is in the University of Michigan. The same principles were used to create pop culture and counterculture, so even societal rebellion is a programmed trend to channel and discredit opposing energy. Freud's nephew, a principal at Tavistock Institute, Edward Bernays, is the godfather of propaganda and the engineered consent of Madison Avenue. He took Freud's principles of mass psychology and applied him to social exploitation, numbing and manipulation of the masses. He created consumerism. Games, scripts and rackets. Popular culture is engineered to brainwash each of us from cradle to grave. Trends and megatrends are manufactured, engineered by corporations. Nothing happens in politics or society by accident. The Nazis employed techniques outlined by Bernays in the book Propaganda, and later brought them to the US under Operation Paperclip, where they were picked up by CIA and subsequently morphed into mind control programs such as Cyborg Assassins and MK-Ultra. Similar programs were instituted in the USSR. In the wake of the Enlightenment, the notion of an intellectual elite arose. A distinguished social stratum can be traced far back into classical history. Elite classes of intellectuals or well-educated people emerged in most European countries. The intelligentsia, e.g., artists, mystics, psychologists, psychiatrists, scientists and teachers, engages in complex mental and creative labor directed into the development and dissemination of culture. Bohemians were the forerunner of what we can call the psychedelic intelligentsia, and today's New Age spiritual fusion. Utopian socialism is the philosophical root of modern socialist thought. Anyone can be a utopian socialist, but the trend emerged in the 19th century. From the mid-19th century onwards, other branches of socialism overtook utopianism in popularity. But groups such as the Fabians continued working their strategic agendas behind the scenes of perpetual class struggle. Societies are cyclic, always in a continual process of constructing themselves and destructing from within. Utopian socialists are forerunners of communal hippie life, intentional communities and cooperatives. Utopian nostalgia is exemplified in the Star Trek and Star Wars philosophy. Its dystopian reflection is The Matrix, the postmodern Brave New World where nothing is believable nor trustable. Quasi-socialist intellectuals created hypothetical visions of perfect egalitarian and communal societies without actually concerning themselves with the manner in which these societies could be sustained. Yet, they shared a dream, which for the world at large has become a mind control nightmare. And so, we medicate. Around the same time, CIA also spreads propaganda across the entire political spectrum through founding and funding front organizations. Name your poison, there will be, in the next generation or so, a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude, and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies. So that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution. Aldous Huxley, Tavistock Group, California Medical School, 1961. Tavistock is married to Big Pharma by psychiatry. The paradoxical Greek word pharmakon can be translated as drug, which means both remedy and poison. In Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida traces its meanings in Plato's dialogues: remedy, poison, either the cure or the illness or its cause, filter, drug, recipe, charm, medicine, substance, spell, artificial color, and paint. The alchemists also call their elixir or panacea both a cure and a poison, describing the dangers of the interactive field experience, including failure to recognize trance states. Derrida notes, this pharmakon, this medicine, this filter, which acts as both remedy and poison, already introduces itself into the body of the discourse with all its ambivalence. Tavistock paints a picture of the world, simulacrum, textual trance, and we must embrace it. Because the pharmakon is artificial and comes from outside rather than from within, it always has side effects. When not treating a disease, a psychotropic becomes dope. The pharmakon is the paradoxical medium in which opposites are opposed and contradictory meanings play out. It is a war of opposites Freud saw as a life, death struggle and Jung saw as a death, rebirth mystery of cyclic passages and renewal. Rebirth is the mythic enactment of the one story, whose pattern is found in every narrative. Culture takes place in between the war of life and death. Those caught between two stages of development without clearly defined social identities feel marginal, excluded, without identity or influence. Outsiders occupy an edge realm of creative potential for new ideas and concepts and so pose a threat to the establishment. Relationships and social status are negotiated at the threshold. We are either ejected from or welcomed to the other side, submitting to the rules that of that place. At the threshold, one can also enter new territory. Outsiders live beyond roles assigned by law, custom, convention, and ceremonial. As visionaries, they question, expose, critique and redefine the central values of culture. Pharmakos, human scapegoat, or sacrifice.
On the weekday, don't be surprised, don't be
What is good, everyone? True Patriot